morning, everyone. I hope you are very excited for your orientation program. I, Arya Nair, on behalf of Anant National University, extend my warmest welcome to all of you. It gives us immense pleasure to host today's orientation program. It is a very special day for all of us. First of all, congratulations. I know making it to this ceremony is no easy task, but I promise all the hard work that you have and your families have put in will be worth it. I sat where you are exactly 6 years ago, and trust me, AnantU has constantly endeavored to prepare and empower solutionaries. AnantU provides students with the opportunity to grow as well rounded designers who are good communicators, collaborative members, critical thinkers, and leaders who are prepared to face the rapidly changing world. And I can vouch that you are going to have the most wondrous graduation years of your life here. To mark an auspicious start to this wonderful morning, I would like to invite our Provost, Dr. Anunay Chaube, Professor Jasmine Gohil, Professor and Associate Dean Academic Affairs, Professor Bhaskar Bhatt, Director School of Design, Professor Snehal Nagarset, Dean School of Architecture, and Professor Sharmila Sagra, Program Head Bachelor of Visual Arts, for lighting the dais. I would also like to invite Ms. Riya Gupta, a very talented student of AnantU, to recite the Ganesh Vandana.
गणनायकाय गणदेव्यताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गजेशानाय धीमहि गुणादित्याय गुणाधीक्षाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि.
Thank you, Riya, for your soulful performance. Moving on, I would like to invite our Provost, Dr. Anunay Chaube, sir, once again, to kindly come up on the stage and deliver his welcome address to our new cohort. Dr. Chaube, a well known artist and academic in the fields of literature and art history, has a wide administrative experience in the education space and has contributed to several institution building exercises in both India and abroad. I request you, sir, to kindly take over and welcome our new cohort.
Thank you. Um, it's a great sight. It's wonderful to see the multipurpose hall at Anant packed with the new cohort, the class of 2023-28, and the parents, some of whom are here, and some, of course, are sitting in the comfort of the Learning Commons and elsewhere on campus, watching this ceremony. So on behalf of the university, I would like to welcome each one of you here. on, of course, on behalf of our staff, faculty, and students who would be senior to you all a little, and of course, so you'd be looking at them as inspirational figures, learning from them, and I'm sure they would be guiding you. So while all of this is happening, I'm sure that we would be learning from you as well, because each one of you comes here with experience, with passion about something, and a dream and an ambition. There are goals that you have set your eyes on, I'm sure. I'm sure each one of you wants to do something, right? Meaningful. You want to make an impact. You want to change a few things. Many things, maybe. Do you? Yes, I mean, I just heard a few people say yes. So others are kind of still waking up. I'm sure, so I mean, what I think you are going to do together, and by together, I just don't mean this cohort here, that's present, but with those who are seniors to you, then those who will follow. Next year we would have even a larger number coming here that you would be guiding, right? And together what you're going to do is collaborate. Together you're going to, work on problems, and some of these will, of course, be wicked problems. Problems that are not small or inconsequential, tiny problems, but wicked problems like, there being no drinking water in a few years' time. Are you aware of that? So we are going to run out of fresh water. The rivers are going to dry. There's such a thing as climate change. Have you heard about it? Right? And you have to be angry at what we have done to your world. But what we are trying to do, what Anant is trying to do, and you would be in the vanguard of what the world is trying to do, is reverse this process of damage, right? So let's work together, use design, use innovation, use imagination, use the power of working together to solve these problems. Problem of food, right? And there are a whole lot of problems that are already here in our midst, right? The global warming, sea level rising, the glaciers melting. See, it's not fun, for us to talk about or even imagine a future, where, see, the microphone doesn't like what I'm saying, right? But it's a reality that you cannot run away from. You have to accept it, and you have to put it in its place. And the right place for any problem is, no place. So the point here is that the motto for you is going to be learning together, experiencing the world together, stepping out and connecting with the community. This is something, while growing up, I'm sure the youngsters are kept away from. And this is something that I keep saying, or telling everybody, parents in particular, right? Don't prevent kids from learning from the community, becoming a part of the community, meeting people, talking to people, working with communities, traveling, experiencing the world. And when you do that, so not only do you realize challenges, problems that exist in the world, you also realize potential for solution, potential for, solving many of these problems that exist, right? You meet people. You become more tolerant, you become more accepting, you become more understanding, right? So that is something that I think during our school years, we are a little low on. And that is what we start with here at Anant. So what we start with is exposing or introducing our students, and you would have that beginning. You would be connected with the community. You would be reaching out. You would be stepping into the world, the real world. You would be meeting people, real people. There would be nothing, so that will come in your way and your engagement with this community. And then you get a real experience of what life is at the grassroots. What are these challenges? What are these problems? You are all budding designers. And the purpose for you, and this is the purpose that you are living with. This is the purpose that you are working with. And the purpose is to be of use, to solve problems, to be innovative, to contribute, towards making life better, right? And that won't happen if you don't engage with the world. So you have to engage with the world, you have to be there, you have to work with people, identify problems, then ideate about these problems, talk about these problems, do research about these problems, right? And then solve these problems. Make your world, a livable place. So let nothing stop you, let nothing come in your way, and that is what designers do. There is so much that they know, because whatever they know, the more they know, they'll have more resources at their disposal, right? So try to learn more, try to broaden your experience and deepen it, use it, as a component, as a tool in your approach to how you handle a problem, right? Your approach to solving a problem. So your motto should be learn together, experience together, learn together, and solve it together, right? That is what we are trying to do, and that's why I say that you'll be at the vanguard, you'll be at the, you'll be the leaders, because this perhaps is the first university and the only university which works with community, at a level that we do. You'd really be a part of the living world you want. Your learning won't come only through a classroom. It's not going to be top down where teachers would come and tell you things and you would mug those things up. Or, these ivory tower studios where you'd be working on projects cut off from the reality of life, right? So whatever it is that you're going to do will have an exposure, will afford you, will guarantee you an exposure, a connection, introduction with the real world. So this is what makes us real, and this is what's going to make your learning very real, because you'd be delivering at each step. So learn together and solve it together. So I'm very happy, to tell you all, and I think this is the kind of data that we should all be aware of. So at this point in time, out here in the new cohort, we are starting with a number which is 365, so one for each day. But of course, this number is going to go up. And what this does, this 365, it raises the tally, of total number of design undergrads, and there'll be architecture undergrads coming in as well, so it raises the number to 1,600, right? And we are from 22 states in the country and from 100 cities in the country. And there are 6 international students. That's a good representation. But the numbers, the states are pretty well represented. And of course, the 100 cities is also very impressive diversity. So you have a very diverse cohort. You speak different languages, you have come from different backgrounds, you represent different cultures, you represent different belief systems, experiences, and each of these things is very, very important. A good designer has to be very diverse. You cannot just be an expert at one thing and think that you can solve a problem. Can you? Of course not. So you need to deliberately reach out and learn from as many different experiences, as many different quarters as possible. And out here, that is what you have. So 22 states, 100 cities, 6 international. So far as the gender distribution is concerned, it's even more impressive. We have 73%. What? I can't hear you, Female representation, okay. 73%, I think, so that's so all the girls are clapping. And if you were to just invert the numbers in a way, I'm just taking a bit of a liberty here, it's 2-7, which is 27%, of course, say are, what? Boys. So this is how it divides. And we are open to all the other genders. You know, so out here, it's not about gender, it's not about distinctions on the basis of gender. It's a very exciting place where we come with the spirit is that of innovation. The spirit is of working together, right? I'm just giving that data because it is an interesting number. But we are gender agnostic. We are all for merit. We are all for cleverness. We are all for ingenuity. We are all for innovation and the ability in you to be creative and imaginative, right? But that was an interesting number. So this is what you've become a part of now, you know, as the youngest in the family of Anant. I think, and you're going to take what we are trying to do further. And what we are trying to do is very simple, as I've told you, work together to solve the present of today and tomorrow, make the world a better place. And this is the best that we grown-ups and old people can ask for, to give you a platform where you can work together to do just that, right? Make it a better place, use design, become the best solutionaries, and that's what you're going to become, best solutionaries. And I would like to welcome Professor Anant here, you know, the Vice Chancellor of Adani University, as a representative of all parents, and that's why I invited him over. I mean, nobody knew that he was here, but I have, in a way, forced him to come and sit here because I thought we should have here amongst us a representative of parents. So although he's a Vice Chancellor, but he's also got his daughter here, promising student. So I've got him here to represent us. I had the TA, you know, light up a lamp because I needed somebody, you know, from amongst the students to light up the lamp as well. So I think that ceremony was very representative of who was, in a way, wishing for, seeking all the blessings. So I think we would need that if we have to find solutions for all the problems, you know, that exist. And we trust you, we have faith in you. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. Before we move ahead, I request all the Bachelors of Visual Arts students to kindly proceed to the boardroom for their further orientation program. The student volunteers will guide you throughout the session. Thank you. Moving ahead, I'm sure all of you are curious about your design faculties and also really excited to know their take on design. With no further ado, I would now request our design leads to kindly take over the stage. Professor Bhaskar Bhatt, Director, School of Design; Professor Amitabh Pandey, Professor, Head of Communication; Professor Vijay Sekhon, Associate Professor and Lead of Interaction Design; Professor Sangram Singh Parmar, Associate Professor, Head of Space Design; Professor Rishar Roy, Assistant Professor and Lead Sustainable Fashion and Textile Design; and Professor Akash Gaur, Assistant Professor, Film and Video Communication, to kindly grace the stage and begin the panel discussion with his dynamic team.
गुड मॉर्निंग। अरे थोड़ा जोर से, ब्रेकफास्ट ब्रेकफास्ट नहीं हुआ है क्या? जोर से बताइए, good morning. That's the spirit. Thank you. My name is Bhaskar Bhatt. I am the head of the product design program. I'm also the director of the School of Design. I have my esteemed colleagues who are the leads of their respective disciplines here. And what we will do over the next 1 hour is to engage you in different questions and different dialogues and different perspectives on design. And the best part of it all is the last 15, 20 minutes will be dedicated to you and the parents. And should they have any sort of confusion, this is probably the perfect platform for you to ask those questions. Okay? I must also say right at the outset that 2 days every year are the happiest for us as faculties. Today is one of those days when we see bright, young, beaming faces sitting here in the audience. Not all of you are beaming, but I request you to give me a smile at the moment. Come on, it's okay, it's doable. Come on. Okay. So, it's absolutely phenomenal to see you all happy. Welcome. And we experience the same kind of joy the day you graduate. Because those days, that day as well, you're smiling and your parents are smiling and everybody is happy. So those 2 days are special days for us as faculty members. So as I said, we will engage in a little dialogue on design. And the surprise thing that I have done this year is I have not given any of the questions to my colleagues. And so they were as scared as you, saying, sir, koi tough questions mat de dena, googly mat phekna. That's exactly what Professor Pandey actually mentioned in the morning. But I do have a couple of googlies, Professor Pandey, coming right up your alley. So what I would request all of us to do, the mics are in front of you, if you could just begin with an introduction about yourself and probably continue with what your discipline does, I would be very grateful.
Morning. I'm Amitabh, and I head the communication design department here. I like singing, like all of you. I like painting. I also like meeting people. And here, together with my students, I try to innovate. I try to work with them to find better solutions for whatever we are doing. So I have a background of design education. I was in National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad. I studied there, and then I was teaching there for some time. Then for the last 20 years, I was working in the field, especially with UNICEF in Bihar, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, northern India. And then for the last 3 years, I'm here teaching and working together with students of Anant National University.
Hello, good morning. My name is Vijay. I head the interaction design department. I've had a kind of an interesting journey landing into interaction design. I did my master's in painting, and I did my second master's in interaction design at Interactive Telecommunication Program, which is at NYU in New York City. And post that, I have worked in film industry. I've worked for a few feature films in New York, and also having my own practice. I moved to India, and I was part of the formative years of Jio. I joined Reliance Industries. I worked with them for 7 years. And I had all along, being trained as an artist and a painter and working in interaction design, I always had a streak of doing my own things. And how to do it, and being in corporate leaves you little room. You will realize soon enough when you go out and work in those industries. So I was teaching all along, doing electives here and there. But now then I decided that it's time to shift and focus more on figuring out my own things, research on the things I'm interested in, and dedicate myself to learning. So I shifted full-time to academics 2 years ago, joined Anant. Anant has been more than welcome. And to accommodate somebody like me who comes from a diverse practice, not necessarily right from the beginning, a very design-oriented. And that's also kind of the way interaction design field is. which is a field which is multidisciplinary. You learn storytelling, you learn immersive environments, you learn interface design, you learn user experience design. So you need to have a diverse set of skills and understanding to kind of develop in that field. So yeah, so welcome to AnantU. It's an exciting place, it's an accommodative place, and it's an inclusive place. So make it your home, build teams, collaborate with each other, build friendships. These friendships last for your life. So welcome.
Professor Vijay is in a hurry because I was going to ask that question last, saying, do you have anything you want to say to the students? He seems to be in a hurry today. Sangram. Professor Sangram, all yours.
Hi, my name is Sangram and I lead the space design department here. Before I say anything, maybe the parents could come up here. We have a few vacant seats. So if the volunteers want them to be seated, we can have them here. Okay, so I'm an architect and an urban planner, and I also specialize in green buildings. I belong to Baroda, but I have studied here at Ahmedabad, the CEPT University. And I had the privilege of learning from some of the most amazing teachers in the architecture world. So I have always been very, very happy and satisfied with the idea of sharing knowledge and my experience with students, and that is what I think brings me back to academics every time I try and go back to the industry. There is a little bit of work that I do, but essentially I am focused on academics and research in space design, and we'll talk about space design later on. Other than that, I like reading, traveling, and football, all three of which I think a lot of youngsters are not into so much. I just had a conversation with my new batch, and very few people actually visited libraries or find time to travel over the weekends, and everybody plays cricket. So that is something that I'm going to catch you for, to read, to travel, and to play football.
Thank you, Sangam. Good morning, everybody. My name is Risha Roy. I'm a trained fashion designer from NIFT Delhi, and I did my post-graduation from NID in textile design. I've been teaching for the last 10 years now. I mean, I've taught various subjects from foundation to a lot of sustainability subjects. Like when I came to Anant, I was given a lot of subjects on sustainability. I think that's where I started my journey in how one can teach sustainability. It's something which is a philosophy, which is something which is a byproduct of following a certain tradition, certain culture. It started me off to create this program called Sustainable Fashion and Textile. I lead the program. And this, if I have to say what is different about it from a regular fashion design program to what is so different about it, it's just that every course that we do in this particular program is done very, very consciously, and it incorporates certain aspect of sustainability in it, like you make it very, very consciously. You design it in a way that it has a longer shelf life. You incorporate technology, you preserve cultures. So it's the same fashion design program, but we do it very, very consciously and very, very sustainably. So more about the program a little later. I love to teach. I like to interact with different subjects, and my pedagogy approach is like, how did I learn it? I would like to know, how do you learn? So I think that's what has been the driving force for me to teach. So yeah, thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone, once again. My name is Akash Gaur, and don't go on my graying hairs. I'm the youngest of all the faculties here. And my discipline is also pretty young here, even with the nomenclature. Many people give me a very tough time asking what all is moving image all about. So Professor Bhaskar, many times he helps me out in terms of re-articulate it, re-intervene it to make the course fresh and to deliver something which is recently has covered 120 years. This, I think, is one of the oldest of the program, which has now been reiterated looking at the new context with the rise of the technology, with the rise of the media study, and with the rise of the entertainment or the stakeholdership in terms of making impact, making diverse expressions of similar thing that we have been doing since 120 years or maybe 1,000 years. And it's more like sort of a journey for me, which is always sort of taking a new turn and very excitingly keeping me engaged. I finished my graduation in fine arts sculptures, from where I tried utilizing a very sort of a soft skill course, which is film and video communication. And then later I started doing my PhD, where I started utilizing National Education Policy 2020, which has been reiterated. I'm trying to sort of see all these trends in indigenous expressions and to relate it with media studies. Thank you.
Thanks, Akash. So I'll go last. My name is Bhaskar Bhatt. As I said, I come from a small little place down in the south of the country called Bangalore. It's pretty big now. It wasn't Bangalore when I started off, the Bangalore. But my journey has been a series of beautiful coincidences. Unlike the most of you who really wanted to design, aspired to do design, desperate to redesign, I was not. Some of my colleagues know this story. I wanted to be an army officer. And so after my engineering, I trained. I cleared the officers training academy twice. But the whole fact of being born in a South Indian family is that the greatest aspiration seemed that you had to get a job at Infosys and buy an expensive apartment in Bangalore and settle down. So long story short, I couldn't get to the army. But I wandered around for a couple of years, and I attempted the National Institute of Design entrance exam, and they were kind enough to accept me in the first attempt. I think the heavens were smiling upon me at that year, but apparently I did well. I was accepted, and I studied product design for my master's. I, unlike many of you, had no clue what I wanted to do with my life. Most of you know what you wanted to do with my life. I didn't. So I wandered through NID for 2 years, not knowing what I wanted to be. But in the final semester, I had an opportunity to go and work in New Zealand for 6 months. And I spent those 6 months in a hospital sitting next to a patient who had lost his ability to speak because that person had come down with throat cancer. And I saw the tubes, and I saw the devices, and I saw the pain and the misery that this person went through, and I realized that this person has to live like this for the rest of his life. And that day I discovered my true north. And my true north was to make a difference. And I realized that my calling was really healthcare design. So today I also have a practice. It's a not-for-profit foundation called Medixis. I do projects in the world of healthcare other than my academic responsibilities. But even as a teacher was a wonderful coincidence because, I never wanted to be a teacher. I was an entrepreneur. I had a successful firm of my own with an office on CG Road here. If some of you are from Ahmedabad, you'll know where CG Road is. And I used to hang around NID and drink chai at one of those little gallas outside. And students would come and ask me saying, how do you do taxes or how do you start a company? And when the director of NID heard, he was my teacher, of course, Professor Pradyumna Vyas heard that I was sitting outside NID and giving gyan, he said, why don't you come inside and give gyan? We'll also pay you for it. So my journey as a teacher began. And so I've never looked back. It's been probably the most rewarding 15 years of my life. Teaching is fantastic. It gives me a reason to come to work every single day I feel that we genuinely make a difference. And sometimes people ask, what is a product? I'll come back to this famous question, what is a product? Everything around you is a product, but I have a very different way of telling you what a product is. I'll say every one of those students whose lives I have touched in the last 15 years is a product, is a weapon of mass creativity, as we call it. So over the years, it's been 1,000 students, 1,000 plus students. They've all gone on to do really, really well. So I believe that that's our contribution as teachers to the economy, because 1,000 students generating that much value to the economy is what our contribution is. So we will talk more about product design. This is a very metaphysical answer, but I'll swing that right back to some of the most senior people on the forum today, Professor Pandey and Professor Sangram. I would like to know, how has space and probably communication design changed over the years from the times that you were at NID and you were at CEPT? How have things changed with the advent of technology, with the changes of forces?
So it's changing every day, Bhaskar. It's not just when I was a student at NID, but it's changing every day. Each day is a new day for all of us. And when we talk about technological changes, there's a quiz question for all of you. Who designed the first printing press? Anybody? First printing press? Yeah. From the student side. Anyone? Yes. Chinese? Lekin fir bhi naam Chinese bhi, there's the country. Yeah. Some people say that it was first in China, but the first, yes. Gutenberg is the right answer. You meet me outside, I'll give you a chocolate. Pakka. What's your name? How you spell your name? Jutesh. Jutesh, yes. So, when Gutenberg designed the printing, and do you know the year? Year of the first printing press, Jutesh? Any idea? It was 1440, 1440. So when he designed the first printing press, there was a lot of resistance. Nahi, ye kya hai? Iska koi matlab nahi hai, ye. And there was a lot of, protest and resistance from people, policy makers, decision makers, priests from the churches. बोले कि ये तो पूरा नौकरी खा जाएगा यार, scribes तो ऐसे ही बिना काम के हो जाएंगे. This is not done. We are not going to accept it. But you know how it has changed our lives. So every day it is changing. There are new innovations. We will be talking about artificial intelligence. And there were students, those who came to me with parents meeting me, कि अब तो artificial intelligence का ज़माना है, अब तो design की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं रहेगी, ऐसा कुछ. So it's not like that. They cannot change humans. Humans to change nahi ho sakte na. So what we do here, we work together with the students. In communication design, we work together with community and we work together with students. There's no top-down approach. Because I feel I'm not a teacher, I learn together with you. So I make the journey of learning easier for you. I facilitate, and that's what I do. So in communication design, because of the changing technology, yesterday we were watching a promo on, I'm sure Bhaskar and others, you must have seen it. Abhi jo Apple ka, the new Vision Pro device which has come, it's like, it is game changer. Everything needs to be, all the design, teaching, interaction design, we'll have to think of how we are going to teach now. From 2D, it's now all 3D and it's all virtual. So we also need to change, and we are also learning together with you. It's not like we know everything and we have to give to tumhari khopdi kholni aur dal deni, aisa kuch nahi hai. So we are also learning together with you, and we will make your learning experience joyful and meaningful too.
Thanks, Professor Pandey. Professor Sangram?
Yes, I think if I look at the built environment and the way spaces are designed, fundamentally they have not changed over the centuries, maybe even millennia. But the rate and the pace of change in application of certain things is become much more faster. Technology plays a very, very important role. And the process of looking at spaces has changed. For example, say when we were students, we would look at a building, a school, or a hospital, and there were set rules and ways of occupying it and running it. Today, if I was to design a healthcare or an education environment, the way it will be operated for over the next 20, 30 years is not really known. It could be amazingly different from the way it is being operated now. In the next 5 years, I think Mr. Chandrasekhar was here, MD Tata Sons, at our convocation last year, and he said something very nice. At his level, in the IT industry, in the manufacturing industry, he said, we don't know what will happen in the next 5 years. So you can imagine what it is as educators in the design world you are in the 20, like Arya said, you are in the 23, 28 cohort. So we are not worried about 23, we are worried about 2028. When you get out, things will change drastically. Fundamentals will still remain that, the fundamentals of design, emotions of people, dealing with people, people dealing with each other, that will remain the same. But a lot of technology and a lot of constant innovation comes in, and definitely in space design and built environment too.
Thanks, Ingram. In fact, what you said triggered off something in my head. And I'm happy to inform all the members here in the audience that, from 2016 to 2023, we spent 7 years constantly tweaking our curriculum. But this summer, we attempted something extraordinarily ambitious. So we sat together, we got our faculty colleagues together, and we said, we've now got to build a future-proof curriculum that will hold us for the next 7 years. All good educational institutions do that. So the curriculum that you will face is a brand new, updated, aggressive, future-focused curriculum which takes care of a lot of these things that we were talked about. And the one gentleman who made dramatic changes to his curriculum and pedagogy is Professor Vijay. So your comments on the new curriculum, please.
Yeah, Professor Bhaskar gave me a mandate that think about your curriculum and don't touch it for next 4 years. So
6
6 years. So think about students graduating in not only 2028 but 2030 and 2032. What will be the world be like? And will the curriculum do justice to those students? So with that mandate, so it was a sort of ambitious exercise, and especially in context of interaction design, which is very technological centric. And technology is constantly changing, and you guys are, kind of grew up in sort of with it. You know it better than us, how the new apps are coming in, new tools are coming in, you're adapting it very fast. But at the same time, technology is also having deep implications on society, how it is changing society, what it is doing to us. So I think as a student, you not only have to design for the world you are going into, but also shape that world. So that is also very critical. You will be the people who will be shaping that world. So you must have a mindset to understand both sides of the aisle, like how to work with it and what kind of world you want to make with it. So with those ideas, we kind of rebuild the curriculum, going from very ground up and mixing the ideas of looking at not only Western idea of design, but also looking at what are our own ethos, what is our own principles and ideas, where are our value systems, what is that? We should be inclusive about that. A lot of design education, Professor Bhaskar, Professor Pandey can also talk about that. NID has been pioneer at looking at sort of India and what it can give. But we are sort of taking that forward and also looking at design from Latin America, looking at design from Africa, looking at design from India. So how can this be more inclusive? I think with that ideas, also we are moving forward. We're also incorporating new technologies. Immersive design has become, we are calling it multi-sensory design. So now design is not just about you wearing a VR headset, but it's also about smell, touch, how you feel, how you see things, how you interact with it. So it's becoming multi-sensorial. So we have a course called multi-sensory design now, not just immersive design specific on AR or VR. So that's also being thought about. And yeah, so that's essentially it. I mean,
Thank you. Very well put. At this juncture, I think it's very pertinent for us to actually tell you and tell all the parents that upgrading a curriculum is not something that happens overnight. It's not something that is done because somebody wants to do it. But we have a very, as a university of excellence, we actually have a very standard pattern where, there are distinguished board members who will sit and look at what we propose. It's debated. This year, post-COVID, we had all those experts here. They're industry experts, they're academic experts, they're policy experts. So they came here, they looked at our curriculum, they challenged us, they agreed to some of those points, they disagreed to some of our points. But what has ultimately come out is something that we are very particularly proud of. And that's the reason we take happiness in sharing that what you will study is going to be dramatically different from what you see in other design schools, because we are kind of future focused. I'll swing this conversation exactly on the other end of the spectrum. Probably the most tangible discipline of us all. Film, lots of equipment. Products, lot of equipment. Interaction, lot of equipment. I'll swing it to Professor Isha Roy, because she is completely into the handmade spectrum. And I'm going to ask her as to how the values of your discipline have continued to evolve in the middle of changing times.
That's a googly.
It is a googly.
Okay, so I will elaborate on what Professor Sangram just said, that the fundamental stays the same, and we do not really dilute what is fundamental, but we adopt it in a very, very different way. Like, for example, we had a course on anthropology of fashion, and where we want us to kind of go into what are the garments, why are they made, what is the research around it. We get you to kind of understand what is the research aspect. We get the keywords, and then we marry it with AI. So we then use the prompts, those prompts which are derived from the research, to create AI-generated artworks. And that kind of denotes a huge shift in change. Otherwise, we would have been like looking at documents which just signified the research which was done. But here we are using technology to kind of move with the moving times. We also try and incorporate. So again, fundamentals is non-negotiable. You have to learn how your garments are made. You have to learn how your fabric is made. You have to learn the fundamentals of surfaces like prints and weaving structures and all of that. That's non-negotiable. But in the implementation stage, when we actually come down to kind of bring in the value, we try and look at different ways of adopting it. For example, again, I have a course called, if we call it the STAR course, which is on repairing and mending. Nobody teaches repairing and mending and preserving. And we looked at it from a circular point of view. So all the garments that one makes, we design it in a way so that there is an end-of-life purpose and there's an end-of-life usage. So it's intelligent design that we're trying to do here. And we're trying to incorporate the values of preserving and value addition to the garments that we do. So whatever we do, we look at it from a very, one is the value perspective as well as the sustainability perspective. So we kind of incorporate both of them. I hope I've addressed the question.
Yes, in a way. Thank you. Thank you, Risha. That's an interesting thing that she said. because, and I'll tie in with the question that I asked a few minutes earlier, saying, how have things changed? Because we went to design schools 20, 25 years ago. We went to engineering schools about 30 years ago, architecture schools 30 years ago. Things have changed. So, the way we were taught product design 23 years ago at NID, and the paradigm is completely different. There we were focusing on building products, but today we have to be ultra conscious of what our products do to the environment. Everything we do or everything we make is now going to bring us to the very verge of doom if you're not careful enough. It's an extraordinarily consumptive culture, as we read. We consume. Like, you'll throw a cell phone away in a year, you'll give it away in a year. You don't think about what happens to your cell phone. It goes down the life cycle, of course. Somebody else uses it, somebody else uses it. But do you know, at the end of that simple act of yours, there is a 10-year-old kid who's probably sitting somewhere stripping the rare metals and the gold and the zinc by hand. And that person doesn't have a childhood. So when our provost in the morning talked about problems and wicked problems, this is an example of how a very thoughtless action of ours, we could have repaired our cell phone, we could repair our laptops, but we choose to give it away. So that is a thing in product design that we see now, that we have to be extraordinarily careful of what we're going to do. So that's the view from the product design universe. But I have a gentleman who now deserves a chance on my right, and my question is going to be another googly, since I didn't give them the questions in the morning. Today morning, just before coming to the university, I'm an early riser. I was looking at a very interesting feature. I don't know if many of you have caught it, but there's a new channel, or perhaps an old channel in Orissa called OTV. Did anybody see this in the morning? Anybody from Orissa? There you go. Did you see that in the morning today? You see that channel? Wonderful. You should see what they've done today morning. They have a full artificial intelligence enabled virtual presenter reading out the news in multiple languages. So the whole concept of a human sitting behind a desk and reading out news with emotion is gone. And I couldn't tell the difference. Right? So this news presenter was complete AI. So we are entering a world where we don't know who's a human and who's not. And so my question, perhaps in a little entertaining way, is to my friend who comes from the world of film. Can we generate our own AI heroes and heroines now? Is that where we're heading towards?
Because cinema itself is a cheated world. We bring people in an immersive reality where they feel like hero. I will tell you one instance. My father used to tell me some instance when he happened to know that I'm picking up a field which is little sort of like people make faces, okay, you're going into films, because they have the same perceptibility, it's only Bollywood, but it's not. My father told me that one day he was watching a film in a theater with one of his friend, and it was typical like masala Bollywood film where the villain was getting to the peak of the climax where he was probably hitting around on the heroine, and the tied hero, he says ki chhod de aur aisa waisa all sab cheez chal rahi hai, and then at the moment when he gets a lose and he goes there and beats up the villain, that friend of my father's, he jumps on his seat saying, "Maar isko sale ko, maar isko." So it's more like you do not know. You are shaping up as a hero, which has been sort of been created in the society, and since long we are trying to put all these characters. They are all augmented reality. This is all happening long back. Now the affordability of augmentation is too easy. Now you can, with your mobile, you can easily, if you only have a good idea, then only you can generate a good prompt. And with good prompt, you can generate good characters. And with good characters, you can write a good script. And with good script, there are many other facets of things which are evolving right now. It is making our work easier, but it's not that they are always going to overpower us. It's always going to be aiding us in what we want to say. So that's why I think this is the right time when French people long back in 1600 said that it's age of the reason. No, it was not age of the reason, because it was not democratization of power to think and to execute your ideas through a medium. So with the rise in the affordability in the medium and the technology, etc., why now we are in the verge of summing up our final expression, where all the disciplines here and moving image, since it's on the top of the channel, where we utilize sustainability from the textiles, interaction from interaction design, communication tactics from communication design, spaces and architecture looking around from space design, product, where we comment on the utility of it and try integrating in a story where we define morality and ethical aspect of each and everything that we are involved in. So all these things are now sharper. We are right now in the age of the reason, but it's not only age of the reasoning, it's disruptive age of reasoning, where we have to counter question as well. We have to raise voice very creatively, because when things are at ease, it's a cluttered communication. You have to again sort it out. You have to transmit in a very precise manner that it reaches to the right audience, to many segments, not dividing your segmentation. So it's a very complex task. It's not at all in a way that we all see on a superficial level, where we see a lot of equipments, everything. To make 3 minutes of animation, here students spend two months and nothing, only 3 minutes is visible. So they have a challenge to tell a good story in 2 minutes. So this is how I think augmentation is long back. I don't think it is going to be a new word for people who are into immersive realities. They are already, because we question to our students that, can you define a reality? And we always start with mythifying the reality. We always say that reality is only a myth. You are only forcing people, while sensorially or multisensorially are engaging people into a reality, and then they define something.
Thanks, Akash. Very professorial, isn't it? Did you understand what he said? Now you have to meet him later. He speaks in metaphors, but that's the sign of a good academic, because he questions a lot of things. So morality and ethics. Let's come back from morality and ethics. I think he also gave us this example of his father's friend, right, who jumped up, because I think it's all about immersing yourself in an environment, and nothing does it better than Professor Sangram's discipline, which is space design, about immersing yourself in an environment. Sangram, I'm going to swing this a little different way. Rather than speak in metaphors, could you probably share with the audience one or two of your best projects in the last few years, which kind of signify the values that your major holds?
Yes, and this is a question that comes from a lot of younger students as to why we call it space design and not just interior design. And the reason we do that is multifold, actually, one of which I will answer Bhaskar's question. But I'd like to begin by saying that we do interior spaces plus. And those two pluses are something that we leave it to the person, to the student, and her choice of interest. For example, we will equip you to deal with materials, systems, technologies, how to make things and to create spaces, deal with abstraction, do research, understand abstracts, concepts, create spaces out of it. But what those spaces are could be your choice. For example, we have Kamakshi here, who is a teaching assistant now. For her capstone project, she did an entire wedding experience design through the semester. So it includes everything. Everything that a typical Indian wedding requires has to be designed. And you know, out there in the market, it is actually architects and interior designers who are doing it for event managers. There was another student who looked at, while he was here at Anant for 3 years, he was looking at all these informal spaces that we have in the courtyard, the canteen, the library, and how he found that a lot of learning happens in these informal spaces. So his capstone project dealt with learning in informal spaces in a design institute or an educational campus. So he took up Nirma, went there and identified some corners outside the buildings and took up that as a space design project. So it is in between. but it is very relevant and very appropriate. Architecture did not cover it, interior design did not cover it, but it was such an interesting project. There was another capstone project last semester which talked about fictional design. How do you design spaces from a narrative? So this student writes experiences and narratives and then generates ideas from them and creates spaces that are derived from those narratives. So it is not your typical restaurant or library or school or hospital. It is just a space specific to that narrative, to that experience. And it was a beautiful, almost poetic way of looking at designing a space. So yeah, there's something called esports now, and there are esports Olympics happening. So one of our students has designed an esports arena with all allied activities and coaching spaces and dormitories. Those guys are really intense, and they live there and they hang out all the time, and huge screens. So those kind of design projects you never see, have not seen so far in the real world. Somebody is doing design in the metaverse, and again related to what augmentation and augmented reality is. Now there are people who commission designers and artists to do work to create stuff in the metaverse. You actually get paid for it. So you get an invite to a party and you will be given that all that gear, and you will enjoy the party in the virtual environment. Not in a farmhouse or not in a pub, but in a virtual environment. And somebody has to design that environment. So that is again something that our students are doing at Space Design.
Wonderful, thank you. So just a line here. Just because we continue to constantly talk about technology and augmented universe and immersive universe, it doesn't mean that you can sit and show us everything virtual. As designers, the fundamental values of working with materials, working with your hands stay. And so please don't be afraid. Design is a wonderful universe which offers a path for each of you. If you're not technology friendly, it's perfectly all right. It's perfectly all right. So don't be scared because we talk artificial intelligence or we talk about immersive reality. It is simply because as academics, we have to constantly watch what's happening in the industry so that we can bring those experiences to you. It doesn't mean that we force you to do it. I'll give you a classic example from my own discipline, product design. So we have a recent graduate called Tanvi Shingala. Tanvi Shingala, from day one, was interested in terracotta, ceramics, and clay. But she's in a discipline that talks about equipments, products, technology all the time, right? But we encouraged her and we said, you find your bearing. So if you look at her portfolio today, from semester 4 onwards, all her projects were terracotta and clay, including her final project where she made an air conditioner out of terracotta and clay. And I'm absolutely ecstatic to tell you that she's been accepted into the Royal College of Art for a master's in fine arts in ceramics, and she's starting next month. You understand how each of you will find a path, and we'll encourage you to find those paths. So just because we talk technology doesn't mean that you have to be. So don't be fearful. We'll gently expose you. But what I'm going to do in the interest of time, and we'll continue to tell you these stories, of course, and we'll always tell you the happy and the successful stories, right? Of the Tanvis of the world and of the students of the world. But I'm going to swing this conversation and this question right across to Professor Pandey on the other side, because amongst all of us, he's got the most interesting, diverse set of experiences of working with the masses on the ground, with his experiences at UNICEF in Bihar, etc. And the googly is, what are some of the biggest failures that you have experienced as a designer?
Biggest, I don't know, but there are many failures. Many failures which teaches us, and we.
It's on, you just have to hold it.
Hello? Yeah. So there are many failures, but failures always, it comes with a new learning. So we learn with the failures. So, if I talk about projects which we did in the recent past, failures in terms of not
Perhaps from your own life, of working with the communities.
exactly. There are many times when I'll give an example, and I'll try to understand from you how you take communication design as profession. What do you think communication design is all about? So that will give the answer for this question. What do you think communication design is all about? Anyone? I'm not asking for definition. What do you think communication design is all about? Sorry? Telling story. What else? What else? She said telling story, yes. Solving problems of communication. Of?
Like, how do you represent someone as easy as possible? How do you communicate the core values?
How do you communicate your core values? Telling stories. Anybody else? One more, yes.
Effectively make people understand your point.
How to effectively make people understand your point. Yes? So we had three answers where we were telling stories, we were communicating effectively, and we were also telling your viewpoints. So that's the biggest disaster, I think. That's the biggest, challenge which we have, because most of the time we think we are the wise and we are this one which we have. It's a top-down approach, which is the most dangerous thing to happen. हमें लगता है कि हमें ही कुछ बताना है, so it's top-down. But communication is all about listening. When we talk about problems, when we talk about solving them, we need to listen. We need to listening matlab kya? Listening matlab research, to know more about the problem. So if you have not done your homework well, if you are not listening, ऐसे बहुत सारे examples हैं जो कि failure में तब्दील हो जाते हैं. So if you have not listened, if you have not done your homework, if you have not done the research, there are many examples which are disastrous. I'll tell you one example where which is very interesting. It's not mine, but I observed something which is a very good idea, but it didn't work because people were not involved in the design process. Way back in 1990s or something, I wanted to document all the good design practices around us. So nowadays, post offices and letterboxes are not very common, but I'm sure you must have seen letterboxes around you. Earlier in our days, it was only one red letterbox where you post all your letters. But somewhere somebody thought of a great idea. Because segregation takes a lot of time, so that person must have thought something where अगर वो letters सारे segregated ही आपको मिल जाएं, तो it will save time. So you have yellow colored letterbox, blue colored letterbox, green color and red color. तो अगर if yellow color belongs to all metros, blue color for say local, green color for within the state, like that. So I thought it is a wonderful idea. And then I thought I'll document it, I'll go sit peacefully and see how people are responding to it and how. So people came, read, and they were doing it quite rightly. Then at 4 o'clock, when the postman comes to take out letters, so he had one bag with him. So he opened the first letter box, सारे letter निकाले, bag में डाल दिया. Second letter box, उसी bag में डाल दिया. Third, वो सारे के सारे फिर से उसी लेटर बॉक्स में फिर से वापस. मैंने बोला अरे क्या कर रहे. लेकिन so it was designed at that level, but the designer never thought about various levels कि वो कैसे जाएगा, कहाँ तक जाएगा. So it was a wonderful idea, but it was a failure. There are a lot of communication examples which I can give where what they wanted to tell the audience which was never understood that way. I'm sure you people are of new generation. Just one more example, Bhaskar. When we were students, we were doing a project for family planning of India. Family planning was a program that time. Now it's part of the larger National Rural Health Mission and National Health Mission. That time it was a separate department. So what, do you know anybody, maybe the parents can tell, what was the symbol and the slogan of family planning? Parents. Exactly. हम दो हमारे दो. और उसमें पिक्चर क्या रहती थी? आपको अगर याद हो तो. 2 parents and, और उसमें क्या होता था? 2 kids कौन से होते थे? एक boy and एक girl. That means happy family तभी हो सकता है कम से कम एक boy तो हो. गवर्नमेंट कह रही है, खुद गवर्नमेंट कह रही है कि हैप्पी फैमिली इज ऑलवेज व्हेन यू हैव 1 boy and 1 girl. तभी आपका फैमिली कंप्लीट है. इट्स नॉट 2 girls, not 2 boys. 1 girl and 1 boy becomes a happy family. सोच लो कितना बड़ा communication disaster. So we went to a place where this poster was all over the place. PHC में गांव में गए थे and it was displayed very nicely. पूरा wall painting ये वो, हम छोटा परिवार, खुशहाल परिवार and all those things. So people, लोग ताश खेल रहे थे वहाँ पे और किसी के घर में 4-5 से कम बच्चे नहीं थे. तो हमने पूछा कि आपने तो ये देखा होगा पोस्टर और वो पढ़े लिखे भी थे. तो बोले हाँ, क्या लिखा है इसमें? बोले हम दो हमारे दो, छोटा परिवार, खुशहाल परिवार. बोले कि सब आप तो पढ़े लिखे हैं, सब लोग जानते, तो फिर आप सब किसी के घर में भी 3-4 से तो हम कम बच्चे हैं ही नहीं किसी के यहाँ. कम से कम एक के यहाँ था तो 3, अदरवाइज सबके यहाँ 4-5. तो बोले फिर ये है क्यों? तो बोले आप कहाँ से आए? तो दिस वाज अ गवर्नमेंट स्पॉन्सर्ड प्रोजेक्ट. सो वी सेड हम गवर्नमेंट के तरफ से आए हैं, हम लोग डिज़ाइन कोई देखना चाहते कि फैमिली प्लानिंग अभियान कितना सक्सेसफुल है. तो बोले, तो वन ऑफ देम सेड कि गवर्नमेंट से भी ज़्यादा दिमाग बुद्धि वाला कोई होता है? मतलब नहीं है, तो बात सही है. गवर्नमेंट में सबसे ऑल द बेस्ट ब्रेन्स आर विद गवर्नमेंट. तो बोले कि गवर्नमेंट भी तो कह रही है कि कम से कम एक लड़का तो होना ही चाहिए, उसी के लिए हम लोग प्रयासरत हैं. So this happens when we don't do our homework well, when we don't listen to people. All these things happen. That there's a lot of communication disasters which we have, and I have a lot of stories to share, but because of the time crunch,
We'll
maybe
continue to
later
meet
on
them.
we will. Yeah. Huh. So.
No, thank you. That was funny. Thank you for sharing that. So, our provost actually mentioned when he talked about problem solving, he said you have to have, you have to work with the communities. So there's a very famous word that goes around in our design universe, and it is called empathy. Empathy, mane, it's not sympathy, where you're sympathizing with someone. Empathy is the ability to associate with what that other person is going through, so that you study and then you can design for them, right? It's a very famous thing. Everybody teaches you empathy, empathy, empathy. Empathy kaise sikhaye? So there's a little funny story of my own. I was working with salt makers in Kutch. How many of you from Gujarat? Kutch was gaya, little run of Kutch, jahan pe salt banta hai, big number. So you must have been to the little run of Kutch. So you'll see these salt pans, right? So you know how salt is made? That humble 2 rupees per kilo. You know how salt is made? Have any of you seen that? Nahi na socha, aapne dekha hai? How is it made? Correct? Into the pans.
Then the workers wear rubber boots and spread it all over the
Very
pan.
good. She is remarkably accurate. The only thing is, rubber boots don't work because the story is all about the rubber boots. It doesn't work. So, there was a very famous American university, I shall not take names, but a very famous American university, and there was a team from that university, and we were doing this international course, right, where our students and their students, this is many years back, this is not with AnantU, but many years back. So we said, let's go to the salt pans and let's look at an opportunity to do something, because there is a need, as we say, that we have to make their lives better, right? So problem solving is only one of the definitions, my friend. There are multiple definitions that you will see in the course of your 4 years here. So the Americans would sit outside the salt pans and they thought of everything, very typically American, saying, let's build a machine which goes and rakes up the salt pans. Let's build a handheld device. Let's do this, let's do that. So we simply said, आप बाहर क्या कर रहे हो? जूते उतारिए और पानी में उतरिए. So we made them take their shoes and socks off and they got into the hot salt pans. Now hot because it's 48 degrees boiling, 50 degrees of salt water. Do you know what happens? Even if there's a little cut on your feet, it stings, isn't it? तो 10 मिनट में सारी empathy उन्होंने पढ़ लिया था उसी टाइम पे. Okay, you don't sit outside the ecosystem and you don't design for the ecosystem, but you have to be right in the ecosystem, working with the people or the animals or the ecology that you want to work with. It's only then that design really, really holds meaning to all of us. So, Vijay, googly coming your way, saying you're one discipline which surrounds itself with screens and devices and artificial world. How do you bring that value of empathy into your discipline?
Yeah, it's a hard one because most of the kids who come to interaction design kind of come with an idea that they're good with computers, they want to do UI UX, there are jobs in it, that's why they want to go for it. Even parents are telling them, okay, there is a sort of assurance of job, go and do it. But as I said earlier, thinking about the implications of technology is as critical as about the applications of technology. And how you can design something from, as Amitabh articulated, from ground up. So one of the method we have been trying for last 1.5 years is working with Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation. They have an interesting program called School on Wheels. They teach students in a bus. This is for underprivileged children. And that's not the right word, but I use it here. And they thought of an idea where can these kids who don't have access to even municipal schools, can we take schools to them? I said, fantastic idea. It came in a newspaper. It was all, all over the media, and it was great. So we as a department approached the corporation and saying, this is a great idea, we really appreciate, can we help you? And said, as long as you're not asking money, come and do whatever you want to do. And I said, okay, great. So all my students have been working with the corporation for last 1.5 years, trying to see how we can make the program in a bus, which is supposed to be a bridge program, with these kids who don't go to school, can do this program in the bus for 6 months, 8 months, then they're shifted to local municipal schools. So this bus becomes a bridge, and we proposed a different way. Can we make bus into a model program where the other municipal schools copy, that this is a kind of a unique way of teaching? What can we do? So we have been working with them, trying to bring in different ways of learning. They were only doing mathematics, they were learning how to read, how to write, basic stuff. So we brought in various other methods of learning apart from these said methods. And we've had interesting results. Teachers have been sort of getting trained into these different methods. And students who kind of always work with screen, they also kind of step out of their classroom and work with the world, and they help them broaden their worldview, develop their worldview, in fact, and learn the challenges in the society. So we've been trying that. And the big idea is to design a toolkit which we can hand it over to those teachers so that when we go out of the equation, the teachers can continue this program. So it's not like we come in as an helicopter, drop into the place, chalo chalo ye kuch karte hain, and then we get out. But can this become a sustainable way of developing this program as they sort of develop into the future? So with that idea, we've been sort of doing some experiments in developing empathy, as you say. And yeah, so there are many others, but I'll stick to that.
Thank you. I think we're all very proud of that project and your contribution and your students' contribution to that. I think it's something that really warms our hearts that we were doing something for children who didn't have access to education. in the city. So one last question before I open it up for all of you. I know it's an hour and you've been very, very patient. I'm sure you're bubbling with questions, parents as well, students as well. But one last question which I will direct towards Professor Risha. And I would like you to comment or share an example of how some of your ongoing projects are actually real life projects where your students have been involved and they continue to learn while they're delivering this. So unlike theory or unlike conceptual projects that we do in the studios, could you please elaborate as to how you have woven it into your curriculum?
Recently, we had the opportunity to redesign uniform for Gujarat Police, especially women uniform that we're working on. We incorporated this project into our, as a live project into our course curriculum. Students were engaged. Students went on field, interviewing women, understanding their challenges that they faced during like wearing uniform, like because you see a lot of variations of uniforms. Some women wear salwar kameez, some women wear an adaptation of the shirt, and because of the bodily changes. So our students went and interviewed a huge sample size of women in Ahmedabad itself, and they identified problems, and they kind of they did a lot of articulation. And this project has been headed by a colleague of mine, Professor Bhavya, and they went and presented recently. They worked with in sync with the police, constant feedback, constant. We had rolled out a very huge questionnaire. I think the questionnaire was around 30 pages long because it was that intensive. We wanted to understand the challenges of what women go through. So it incorporated aspects like maternity wear, garments, especially during when a woman is menstruating, or when woman kind of puts on a bit of weight. We addressed all of this challenge, and we're very proud to say that these iterations that we've suggested have been accepted by the Gujarat Police, and we are now doing a survey across Gujarat to understand what is the anthropological aspect of it, and we will be. I think soon we'll be able to see the uniforms adorned on women of Gujarat Police. So we kind of done that.
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, we always talk about design and its multi-layers, right? Different layers of design. Sometimes we think that a lot of you, perhaps, if you've come straight from 12th standard and if you've been through coaching classes, they'll actually make you sit in a particular room and design for the world. It's the norm, right? And nothing could be more wrong than that. Nothing could be more wrong. In fact, we always feel that they do a disservice by actually making you learn the wrong methods, and we spend time making you unlearn some of those wrong methods before we'll have to teach you the right thing. A simple thing, right? I mean, uniform project. Do you know that women police officers or constables or PSIs or PIs never actually have a dedicated uniform for the women? So they just took the male uniform and they plonked it on after the British left, and they said, manage with this. If you really look at the anatomical, I'm not a fashion designer, but I've picked it up because I've been with the squad. The shape, the silhouette is different. The material that the cops wear, your humble police constable, no wonder they're irritated all the time, because that's made out of a polymer, so it's hot. It's really, really, really hot. And you expect them to stand in the sun and be nice with you. So they're not going to be nice with you because they're very...
I would like to add, in the hat, they have a lining of plastic, and it's always there. So
and they can't take it off. Yes. So that means that, they're literally, sar garam hota hai. Literally 50 degrees here, and they can't take it off, right? The shoes you've seen, right? It was very popular when we wore it in NCC and when we did our marches and all that. But do you expect somebody to run with those shoes? No, it's not possible. So This project holds a special significance for us because, culturally there's an angle as well. When we step outside Ahmedabad and we asked women saying, how do your families perceive you in that uniform? They say that it is not perceived well in our communities simply because you're wearing a male uniform and you're out there. So the families don't perceive that very, very well. Now, design has so many different layers of meaning. So I'm sure Professor Risha and her team and her students are all enthusiastic to show you, to talk to you about this project. The Fashion Lab is right, the Sustainable Textiles and Fashion Lab is right next door, so you can always walk in. We have an open door policy at the university. You can always walk in. Don't disturb us when we're in our meetings, but other than that, most of the times you'll see us hanging around. So you can come and ask us questions. Have no fear, we are here to help you. And I'm sure they'll be happy to share more stories with you and show what they've actually built so that you could touch it and you could feel it and see how material has been changed or how the design has been changed or how the utilitarian aspects of the uniform has been changed. So we will stop this one-sided conversation, and this is that perfect moment where we will open the, we'll send the microphones into the audience for you to ask questions. And please ask us any sort of questions, not just about the pedagogy, but about opportunities, about industry connect, about placements, whatever it is, Please feel free and ask us these questions. This is a great time because you catch all of us together, which hardly happens.
Sir, my name is Sai. My question is, with generative
Sahil, thoda sa jor se, huh?
With generative AI, you can generate videos, images, 3D, and more. Currently, most of these AI are text-based.
Sahil?
So,
No, you'll have to hold it here. Yeah.
Okay. Most of these AI are text prompt-based. So, do you think design in the near future is making a shift from the importance being in skill to the importance being in knowledge, like putting in the right prompt? And also a follow-up question is, when design is democratized by this AI, how do we stand out as good designers?
Fantastic question. Who wants to take this googly? Gentlemen, ladies, who wants to take this question? Oh, there's a ground. Good man.
Yeah, this was because this was again a question that I just faced half an hour ago with my new batch. कि सर अब तो AI आ गया है, so design कैसे करेंगे हम? So again, all of these tools are giving you output depending on what you input. So what you put inside that prompts or whatever the nature may be is going to come from your head and from your heart. I would like to talk about empathy and identity. When you need, suppose that you need an office layout, and there are tools which architects and interior designs use that enable an AI-generated office layout, multiple options out of it. But you have to set your parameters. And what those parameters are going to be critical. So if somebody likes purple color, then that has to go in. If somebody is fond of plants, you have to give her an office next to a window so that the sun can come for a few hours a day. Otherwise, she is not going to have the potted plants in her office. So all those things, as of now, are not happening. There are some things which you will have to do as an individual, which will generate the identity. And understanding a problem, everything, all of us sitting here are dealing with people. Objects, products, spaces, fabric, textile. It is going to be used by people. So the understanding of people is going to be of immense and paramount importance. AI will reduce the donkey work, and I think it is great. When we were students, we used to do hundreds of models, iterations, options, taking hours and hours and nights of work. That can go away. Because it was so difficult, maybe we looked at lesser options. Now with all these tools, you can look at hundreds of options, select 20, shortlist 10, and then work with your own value and your own identity as a designer. So AI is just one tool amongst various other tools that we have. That is part of your question.
Thank you. I can I can add to that side. I think it's a wonderful question. I really commend you for asking a very intelligent question to begin with. Most of us think that AI is now, but AI has always existed. It's not a metaphysical statement I make. You remember 20 years back, of course, you probably were very young, but between us, 20 years back, and a lot of faculty sitting here, when AutoCAD first came in, and we were all, in my engineering, we used to do machine drawing by hand. So we had these huge boards, and we would have drafters, and all the calculations were to be done here. So if you get that little calculation wrong, your entire machine component would go haywire. And we were doing engines, and we were doing drawings of that caliber. So when AutoCAD came in, everybody said the same thing, saying, oh my God, our world is over. Our world is done. We are unemployed. Computers will replace us. Have computers replaced us? No. We've adapted it. Today, if you want to do product design, if you want to do space design, if you want to do fashion illustration, you use those particular tools and you move forward, right? Second generation, again, I'll give you another example. When 3D printing came in 5-6 years back, everybody said, oh my God, all the engineers are out of work. Oh my God, this economy is dead. You walk into our labs over here, you'll see some of the best 3D printers that this country has to offer. Very, very fast machines we have. Do you think they've replaced any of us? No. We've learned, and it's magical, because you know what 3D printers did? They actually cut down our design time by 2 months. 2 months. What we had to do, we had to make a model, and we had to take those drawings, we had to get it machined, a lot of things are now straight away done by 3D printing. So it's a beautiful tool, but we have adapted it and we moved on. So now tying in with what Professor Sangram talks about is, I will expand the definition from people to humanity. Humanity includes animals, birds, nature, ecology, not just human-centered approach, but earth-centric approach, right? So we say it's a humanity-centered exercise now. So when we look at this, what we have to understand is that all designs are fundamentally born out of an understanding of how people behave. Look around you. The same police uniform example. You have to go out and understand how people go through difficulties by standing in the sun. No AI is going to tell you that. No AI is going to tell you that. If you want to build packaging tomorrow, you'll have to go and understand what is called as consumer perception. You have to go across the country. You have to understand what people like, what people don't like, what works, what doesn't work. Only then packaging happens. So design does not happen in an air-conditioned environment. Design happens when you put in a lot of legwork outside, right? And that really is the fundamental strength that this discipline has. Without that, we cannot generate. But when tools do come to help us cut down the generation time, we will embrace it in good faith. But I don't think that AI can still do this, about really going and talking to 200 police constables, women constables. I don't think AI can do that. I don't think AI can actually tell you what emotions people go through when they stand in the sun. That a human has to do. So I think it's not about taking a harsh stand saying for or against. We are ready to embrace it to make our own lives better. So I think generative AI is going to be helpful, not destructive in the near future. But this is, and trust me, we're just not sitting here and telling you something just because we feel like it. This debate is happening at the highest levels of the country. I am on the CII National Committee for Design, and these conversations happen at the highest level saying, are we going to be out of unemployment? Are we going to be out of employment? Is our industry dead? How are things changing? And I can assure you that things will be actually better in the next few years because the human drudgery actually comes down. Then you'll have more time to create. You'll have more time to use those mental muscles. It's good for you in a way. Okay? Cool, man. Yes, sir. All yours. And of course, the lady there. Sir, after you. Okay, we'll probably take that if you don't mind. And I'll get the microphone first.
Okay. So this question is related to, I think, everyone here right now. I'm sure you've heard that, or at least in social media platforms, people who follow artists on YouTube, that there are a lot of concept artists that work, and these concept artists have essentially a copyright on every piece of art that they may post or they may show. The problem is the generative AI uses data that it's collected from other artists, probably without permission, at least that's how it started. What about artist rights? What about original content? What is the future for that? Because at the moment, we're still fighting for it.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Can I take that? I mean, Vijay, of course, you can take that, and then I'll back you up, please.
I think right now, AI is like Wild West. When the gold was discovered in California, everybody was running after it. So right now, AI field is like that without the rules of ethics embedded into it. Right now, there is a case in Supreme Court in US very much about this question. So right now, these laws are not framed. AI has a big problem of ethics. It is taking things left, right, and center without any credit and any acknowledgement. And it is telling you that it is a kind of hash of things which is new, but essentially the source is from somebody else, as you very well said. So yes, so ethics is a big thing. Ethics not only in the part of taking things without giving the due credit, but also in terms of implications of it. Remember, we are in very sort of nascent stage of what the capabilities of AI will be. I mean, think about it's happening in the synthetic biology field. I mean, it's you cannot even imagine the AI machines. The machines are now as small as a single cell, which can go into your bloodstream and monitor your body and give out data. So in the mediated environment we live in, ethics is a big question, and all of you will have to think very hard on it and respond to it. And of course, the Indian government is also, I think there are some laws being considered, and as framed, Bhaskar sir can sort of elaborate on that. And globally also, ethics is a big question. A lot of universities are debating it right now, but things are not yet framed. Not yet framed. But it's a challenge.
Fantastic. I think Akash has something to add to it, but by the time the microphone passes, I'll probably contribute to what Vijay said. So, Akash, if you'll just give me a minute, please. So the jury is still out there. We know that, everybody knows ChatGPT 3 and ChatGPT 4, but I can give you 20 other tools after we finish this conversation as to how you can literally use AI to generate anything, not just visuals, but yesterday morning I was experimenting. I gave it 8 scientific papers in the field that I work in the field of healthcare, and it actually summarized from 8 different papers, and it gave me 500 words. Anything more than 500 words was paid. Okay, so I couldn't generate let's say a 2,000 word short abstract or a short paper because I wanted to see if it could be done. Similarly, videos, similarly visuals, animation, right? So it's all there, we get that. But what we probably are not taking into account is that as soon as a virus gets stronger, the antivirus also gets equally stronger. That's the law of the universe, right? As soon as somebody builds a virus, somebody builds an antivirus to check that virus. In other words, we have IPR laws which are enforceable. 30 seconds of any track you can take, 30 seconds of any track you can actually take as inspiration. Anything more than that, and there could be an IPR infringement. There are set portions, apparently 14 seconds, etc., etc. I'm sure Akash will be able to talk about the visual medium, as we say. But I do think once this brouhaha ends, and once the experimentation, reaches a plateau, there will be enough, I would say, tools to ensure that copyright infringement does not happen. All universities, including ours, use software to ensure that the assignments that you submit, is not copied from the internet. So this is also a very gentle warning with a smile on my face. Don't try and pick things from the net. We will know when you do it, right? So it means that it has to be paraphrased, it has to be rewritten with your own thoughts, and that's how it's going to be, right? We strongly insist on ethics. For example, in all our studios, even the internal presentations that you do, if we actually see an image which you have freely taken from the internet, one of the first angry remarks that you'll get from the faculty is, where is the citation for the image? Where's the reference for the image? Because to us, it's insulting because you've stolen. And those are not the values that we would like to live by. So if you take something from the internet, you have to put the www dot, at the bottom and say, look, I borrowed this image because I'm referencing this image. So I think it's a combination of both, ethics. There's going to be, I would say, we will need a bit of education, we will need a bit of empowerment, and finally, we will need a little bit of enforcement. And so this thing will kick in shortly, hopefully, as soon as possible.
Also, I think we are not standing on the sides of where the creation of all these softwares is happening. It's happening for a very layman purpose where it can enable something as a generative model for people who are probably not well versed in creating. But at the same time, we here in the foundational year that the pedagogies that will be told to you, it will make you more enabled than the scope of any existing AI. And it will give you not only the idea of creation, but also the idea of ethically looking at what you want to create and how you want to create. So this worrying, I think it also happened at the time when we were entering into NID some 19 years back, while people were already picking up images, videos in very limited capacity from Google. So now, we do not know the internal stories, but you must be hearing a lot. There are authorities, they are governing the use of certain medium to sort of control the entire industry, media industry. So we need not have to get into it right now with the sense of worrying. With the sense of updation, it's all needed. With the sense of anticipation that it is going to settle down, it is going to give us more profounded approach for living a better life, more immersive, holistic life as a very evolved society, because we are not living in a society which was only limited to India now. We are living a life which is a global society now. There was a time when my Masi used to get me the small Samsung MP3 player which can only have 3 songs into it, and she used to say, this is like something which you never have seen. So, and we were playing, in that time we were playing tapes, cassette tapes, and it was very similar to that. There were only 4 or 5 songs, and that cassette tape also used to have. So we thought like it's the sort of like the ultimate answer to something, and we were worried कि हमारी मेरे पापा का इतनी बड़ी legacy है, cassettes का क्या होगा? So but it's not like that. We upgrade, and every coming medium is going to substantiate the beginning of something new, and it is going to get settled down with a very beautiful equilibrium. So I think that should be the approach to look at AI. There is nothing to worry about. Trust me, AIs have been made by people. It's not been, it's generative, I know. It's taking the algorithm. But they also have a capacity of making an algorithm which is feeded as a program. It cannot go beyond the programming. So I think there is a catch here.
So there's a very interesting book, I forget the author, but it's called The 10 Megatrends of the Future. It's a very small book and it's worth looking into. Remind me and we can get a copy for the library as well. I recently happened to finish that book. One of the trends that talk about AI is the introduction of a deliberate kink or a deliberate, I would say, corruption in the design to make it look human. So they're saying that, it's like the kintsugi or it's like the wabi-sabi, philosophy in Japanese where you mend it with gold. So anything made by human hands will now have that imperfection deliberately introduced in the coming years, which will make it, which will tell you that it's human. And I only think that what is going to be made by hand or what is going to be made is going to become more valuable in the future, because in the age of AI and mass manufacturing, well, people will actually pay more. It's like the same classic cars that you see. Anything that was made by hand, people actually value it more, or the gramophone, or the vinyl record player, classic examples. So hopefully we'll get there where design continues to abound. Any other questions? Sir, you had a question? Yes, please.
thank you, jury, for your great insights. I'm Satyendra Verma from Noida, and I have a basic question which could be relevant to all parents and many of the parents and children. I mean, like there is a foundation course, as we understand, for the first year, wherein all the students will be exposed to all the disciplines. Right. So yeah, now each student is coming with some idea in his or her mind that I am going to choose maybe product design or interaction design, or I mean there are quite fancy words like that. But I mean, I just wanted to know that how the program is designed and what steps gradually you will be taking so that the student, he or she uh, gets his or her natural calling. Like this is my field. Yes, I wanted to do this. Maybe he or she wants to do, he has come in the mind that I want to do product design, but maybe it may change to interactive design or whatever, any other field also. So those specific, like how you are going to ensure that the student is really getting nearer to his or her natural calling, because until he or she gets into that natural calling, I mean, she or he may be otherwise be confused and he may not be able to do
Absolutely.
well.
I completely understand what you're saying. I hear you.
Yeah, yeah.
Professor Jasmine is not here. Otherwise, I would have requested her to take because she is the one who really leads foundation, but I'll answer for her.
Thank you.
It's a very conscious and a very clearly designed method at the university where the first year is actually a set of building block courses. Building block courses essentially means children who've come out of 12 standards are not accustomed to working with hands. So we take them through workshop techniques, understanding materials, understanding how to think, understanding how to read, how to look at society. There'll be different courses which open both the mind and the hands and the heart. So this is how it is. All along, they will begin to realize what they're good at and what they're not good at. And I can assure you that whatever they previously conceived notions they come with, thinking that this is product design or this is interaction design, is wrong. So they realize that this is not really what they thought it was. Like a lot of product designers actually come in and say, गाड़ियाँ बनाएंगे, fancy गाड़ियाँ बनाएंगे, and then he'll come and realize कि गाड़ियाँ तो बनती ही नहीं है, ellipse नहीं बनती है तो गाड़ियों की टायर नहीं बनती है तो गाड़ियाँ कहाँ से बनेगी? So there are tools in there. So, but at the end, you have a very beautiful course called Exploring Design Disciplines, which happens in the second semester of the foundation year, where all the people that you see and all our esteemed colleagues from all the majors get together, and we spend 4 days dedicated with all the 360 of you, trying to tell you what product design is, what communication is, what sustainable textiles is, what film is, etc., etc., etc. So we make them through curated exercises. We teach them the very basics, very, very basics, so they understand what it takes to be a product designer or a communication designer or a space designer, etc. तब पता चलता है कि whether their values, whether their understanding actually relates to it. On top of it, they will be counseled by each one of us, each one of our colleagues. As I said, it's an open door policy. They can always come in. I've had lots of students, in fact, some of them probably here in the audience, or they're probably having lunch outside. You can go and ask them. They come and tell us, मैं product design सोच के आया था, लेकिन interaction बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है, क्या करूँ? You know, this happens to us all the time. So I assure you, there are beautiful multimodal steps to ensure that your child gets the attention, and even if they feel after choosing the major in the third semester कि गड़बड़ हो गया, ये मज़ा नहीं आ रहा है, there's still a time to actually come back and take something else. So we've ensured from that human-centered perspective that they have all the options available. So don't worry, we're there to help. And I know I'm kind of canvassing for the school here, but the concept of minors is a very unique thing at our university. Not the concept of minors, but the concept of design minors is really, really, because you could do a major in interaction design and you could take a minor in graphic design, right? Or you could do a major in product design. I have a lot of students in product design who are doing film as a minor. Now, what a beautiful combination. They get 2 specializations. They learn both. Not completely, but they get a flavor. But this allows them to become better at what they do and find their own paths in the industry. So don't worry. So there are options. So when they're confused, we tell them, ye bhi le lo, wo bhi le lo. So it doesn't have to be either or. It can be both because of the minor major system. So it works. Okay, I'm happy to discuss further and show you if any further questions. Any other questions from the audience? Yes, please.
Sir, I won't ask about the AI and all. I got the answers and I'll talk to you again. My question is a little old school question. Actually, yesterday I met someone who is in the design field, and that person, just to test me, asked, "What do you think is the difference between design and art? Or what is the relation between design and art?" Same thing. So I had my answer, but I am just stepping into this. All of you have been in this field for last so many years, and all of you must be having a different answer to it. I just wanted to know your version of this question's answer.
Good. Since you asked us the question, you will get the chance to pick who has to answer that question.
Anyone, sir? Okay.
It's like, the voice of music competition. You pick the judge. So, you can pick any one of us to answer that.
Sir, I think I would go in for. I think I'll go in for the space design, so sir can answer.
So my take on this is very simple, that design is a subset of art. Art is a much larger idea and covers almost everything that we can do or we can think. Design is a subset, a part of art. Like cooking is an art, right? You can cook something really nicely. How you cook it or how you chop your vegetables is design. The proportions of the masalas or the sequence of frying or roasting them is design. But the, the entire process and the outcome and the experience of it is art. If I'm able to explain that idea. Art is like probably the soul. Design, engineering, science, chemistry, experimentation, governance, all these are tools, things that you can do, tangibles that can help you achieve the soul. So art is that, and design and all these other things are ways to reach there in a simple, short manner.
The philosopher speaks.
So art, I think, is being, and design is common sense, because we all know that we have been given this sensorial world around and interacting. We have our own instincts, etc., and we have to make our ways to fulfill it. We are looking forward for it, and design is how do we, like, let's go back to primitive years where we were hunting. Again, I've taken this question long back with few of you, but then hunting is to satisfy your sort of quest of hunger, etc. And at the same time, how would you hunt, and how would you? There is a lot of art into it. There is a lot of your instinct which is there. You will utilize it and design it to catch and fulfill your entire this quest of survival. So they are all integrated. I think you need not, when you will never realize when you're doing your assignment, you will never realize when you are artistic and when you are designing something. So it's a very, very thin line where you always will be in the dilemma, and that's how you will always redefine and reiterate your quest.
See, both these guys are architects and artists. So I have to say something because I am an engineer. I have to stand up for the engineers. Okay. So No, my point is they're absolutely right. So imagine this to be a line between art and design, art and technology, art and technology. So we stand somewhere in the middle, art and engineering. We always say product design, for example. Each of us will carry a different flavor, but product design has to be a very delicate balance between art and engineering. So one way of really looking at this is an artist can generate something, an artist can produce something, and probably have the necessary freedom to say if you don't like it, you don't take it, right? So it's expressive. Designers, on the other hand, especially product designers, on the other hand, will not have that kind of freedom. We're bound by what we call as materials, form, manufacturing, and we simply say, we need to understand what people really want, and we will find our artistic self to deliver it. So it's a very beautiful balance. So I would say we lean a little bit towards engineering and a little less towards unbounded creativity. So we have bounded creativity, okay, as our constraints. Yeah.
Ramcharitmanas. Yes. Goswami Tulsidas, right? So he has written first page, first thing in Ramcharitmanas, what Bhaskar was saying. Swanta Sukhaya Tulsi Raghunath Gatha. What does it mean? Swanta Sukhaya Tulsi Raghunath Gatha. कि मैंने स्वांता सुखाए, मैंने अपने खुशी के लिए लिखा, मुझे नहीं परवाह कि आप दुनिया वालों के लिए क्या सोचते हो, आपको सही लगता है नहीं लगता है, मैंने अपने लिए किया है. तो art is what you were saying, it's about that. मैं खुश हूँ, मैंने ये किया है. So this is what how Tulsidas explained art. Swanta Sukhaye Tulsi Raghunath Gatha.
Shall we, in the interest of time?
I mean, we have few questions from our parents. So just as you talked about engineering, so the first question is how the students as designers stand against engineers and how they can outperform them.
So since I'm an engineer, I'll take this question. No, I'm a proud engineer. So see, I would have a lot of my batchmates, and I've seen a lot of people who actually come to study masters at different institutions. And the first thing they tell you in the interview is, मुझे तो डिज़ाइन ही करना था, वो मेरे फादर ने मेरे को मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग पे फोर्स कर लिया. ठीक है? There's a long-standing joke that goes around saying, the son or the daughter goes to the father and says, मुझे कवि बनना है. So father says, पहले मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग कर लो, उसके बाद जो करना है कर लेना. So that's the culture in India, right? पहले engineering पढ़ लो, उसके बाद सोचेंगे कि क्या करना है. But I'm a proud engineer. Proud engineer because engineering is a mindset. Engineering is not the courses that you do. Engineering is a mindset. And that mindset is very valuable in design because engineering teaches you how to figure things out. It's a very structured, analytical approach of figuring things out. And you bring that mindset into design, it's phenomenal. It is powerful. You've accentuated your ability to deliver. And so engineering is very, very important as a mindset. Perhaps I might leave my civil engineering past behind or chemical engineering specifics behind, but I would definitely like to bring my problem-solving ability and structured thinking ability into the world of design. It has done me well in the last 20 years, and I'm sure it will continue to do me well in the future as well.
Thank you, Bhaskar sir. And the next question is, all the faculties spoke a lot about psychological concepts such as top-down, empathy, problem-solving. So how these concepts will be inculcated in students? Any special subject or course would be introduced, or will it be taught in the course flow?
It is in all the courses. It's not a special course, it's in all the courses. So this bottom-up approach, where everybody talked about going to the people, is always there. And as Bhaskar also mentioned, design cannot happen in an air-conditioned room. So it is always with people. So it's in all the courses.
Thank you, sir, and I totally agree with you.
And formally also, we have minors. We are probably one of the first design universities in the country, if not the only one, which actually has a minor in behavioral science. It's a very interesting combo. That's why we call ourselves a Design X University. So we just don't teach you, film major, fashion minor. We're talking about you being able to take behavioral science as a minor or a visual arts as a minor, which is very powerful. So we formally teach that as well.
And I can just add on that while we're talking about Design X, which you see here. There's something that we are doing starting today for the first time, I think, in any design university. It's called the Collaborative Studios, where we have designed and created 2-week modular courses, and there are 11 such offerings which students from semester 7 will pick across faculty, across majors. So we sit together and design courses where teams from different disciplines will come together and take up those courses and interact and work with students from other majors. So this idea of working in teams across disciplines is something that we are actively pursuing. And this idea of collaboration in doing and in learning is something that is very close to us.
Thank you, sir. The last question is, how is Anant different from all other universities? What makes it stand out?
Yeah, if the marketing team hasn't told you that, I need to have a conversation with them separately. No, we're deliberately different. I think we've covered several points. Please. Okay. So we've covered several of those points. We're different because we've done something which is, for example, the major-minor concept, where you can do different disciplines together, collaborative studios where we can do learning together. All our projects are essentially embedded in the industry. It's not just theory, but you have to work with large systems such as police, for example. We work with the municipal corporation, for example. So learning by doing is, again, a philosophy. Plus, I think the most powerful thing that you will probably find in this university is everything we've done is different from what other universities do. Not because we're desperately doing it, but it's a very carefully constructed strategy. We are India's first university to have a school of climate action. Have you ever heard of a BTech in climate action? We have an engineering course in climate sciences, climate action, which means that we are ready to face climate issues. We're going to talk about climate resilience. We're going to talk about climate adaptation when it comes. And that will be the future that your generation will face. And that seeps into all of us. So the BTech cohort actually works with the school. Architects are working with the design school. All of us are in it together. So these are specific points why we would like to say that as a university focused on creativity, that's the reason why we call ourselves a Design X University, because whatever we have done is a little different from the typical thing of do a 4 years, do your particular major, you graduate, you have to do. This learning is far more comprehensive and far more involved, if I may say so, far more immersive. That's what we would really like to offer you as well. I mean, that's something that is heartfelt from all of us sitting here. And that's the reason why we're different.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, and we're getting change makers, as Professor Risha Roy says. So we're getting change makers. So with that, we've come to the end of a hopefully interesting session. And thank you so much for your patience. I know we've taken a little more time than expected. I was in fact telling all my colleagues कि थोड़ा जल्दी खत्म कर देते हैं because we have classes to go to. Frankly, all of us came from classes, but we will rush back and continue to enjoy the day. It's a very special day in your lives. And if you have any questions, you'll find us all around. Catch us. There is no formality here. And we wish you all the very, very best. Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you so much to the entire panel for motivating these young minds who have just embarked upon the path of becoming the future designers. Now moving ahead, A lot of flowers have blossomed at AnantU, and now it's time for you to sow your seeds to transform AnantU into a beautiful garden. We will now depart for the tree plantation behind the maker's space. I request the first 6 rows to proceed for the tree plantation ceremony. May I also request the student volunteers to kindly guide them in creating groups and for the further proceedings. I also request the students whose registration is pending to kindly proceed to the registration desk and finish the documentation purpose. After the tree plantation ceremony, we will break for lunch at the Sanskardam Bhojanalay. I request all of you to assemble again in the MP hall at 2 p.m. for the further sessions after the lunch. Thank you. Hello, hello. I request all the parents to kindly go for the campus tour, and all the students are requested to be seated here in the MP hall. Thank you. Hello. I request all the parents to kindly go for the campus tour, and I request all the students to be seated in the MP hall. Thank you. Hello. Hello. For the campus tour, all the parents are expected to gather in the foyer. Thank you. Hello. I request all of the students to kindly settle down and keep your phones on silent mode and maintain silence, please. Hello. Students, kindly maintain silence so that we can start our session. I welcome you all once again to the first day of Orientation Week at Anant National University. I would now like to welcome Professor Jasmine Gohil, Associate Dean of Academic Affairs, to kindly come upon the stage and share her address. Professor Gohil has over 2 decades of experience in education and architectural practice, with over 10 years as an academician at several design institutes. She is a professor at the School of Architecture, the head of the student services, and also the controller of examination. She teaches various architecture and design courses and leads the foundation year program of AnantU. I would now request Professor Gohil and the team of academic affairs to kindly grace the stage.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So, how is the Josh in the second part of the day? सुनाई तो दे सुनाई नहीं दिया मुझ हाय हाउ इज द जोश सर किसने बोला yes 1 2 3 how is the josh yes this is the spirit and this is the spirit you should continue being a foundation year student right in the morning our professor inspired us so much in the panel discussion you came to know about various disciplines and the way of carving your career into various disciplines but now I think enough inspiration and enough of making you feel comfortable now this is the time where we are actually going to discuss about the academic policies how this entire year is going to be for you guys and what is it that we expect from you and what is it that you should be expecting from us, right? So to begin with, I have a small exercise. I think you were given like this, a small piece of paper. So I want you guys, go to the next slide please. So all of you have a piece of paper and pencil with you, right? Can you hear me? Right? Okay. Anyway, are you reading this slide? No, hello. So I'm giving you only like we are I guess we are behind the schedule. So I'm just giving. Let's say I want all the answers of these questions which I have mentioned here, right? It starts with gender, your caste, city, state, nationality, your school, a few. I can see many of you are not even have started. It's a time problem, and we do a lot of time problems in the foundation year and in the coming this thing. People at the back, have they started writing? You have started writing? Please, Himali ma'am, if you can provide them the papers. I have these papers here in the front row. Please raise your hands if you don't have the papers. I want to see how quickly you can complete this survey, the questionnaire. Of course, you will ask the question that we have already submitted this to the admission team and all, but I really want this for my personal data bank. Give proper attention to the last question where I have written 2 lines about yourself, your favorite courses, your habits, your belief systems, whatever. How many of you are done with this exercise? Raise your hands. See, for design education, I want students to be really quick. Wow, good. Only 2 out of 300 and, oh wow, 3. 4. Very good. So the faculty present here are going to be very excited and happy that, students are really taking instructions and performing as the teachers are saying. Wow. Great. Super. One more minute to go. Okay. Hold your paper like this. Very good. Those who have completed and those who have not completed, but I think there is some process going on in your mind with respect to these questions. Am I correct? The paper. Okay. Now pay complete attention. Okay. At the count, what you are supposed to do. Do as 1, 2, and 3. Did you just comprehend what happened? What just happened? What happened? You have to just, your journey for unlearning is starting from right now. Unlearning does not mean that, we will only offer you some workshops and some exciting activities. Unlearning has to start in order to receive new knowledge. And if you are just bound by the stereotypes of, these are my preference, these are the grades I received in my college, I like maths, I like physics, I only liked literature, so those stereotypes, those understanding about you is very limited, my friends. So you need to understand that you have to just, get rid of all these things. Because as Provost sir has also mentioned, and I'm also repeating this is a very inclusive campus, right? Can we go to the next slide? Or can someone give me the pointer? Right? So can you read this carefully? Until today, most of your learning had become extremely strict, structured. Your objectives were very crystal clear, defined, paper styles, everything. How are you going to write? This, if you write these two sentences, you will get 1 mark. If you write this paragraph, you will get 3 marks. And this is how all of us have been trained in our school education, right? So it was very crystal clear that this is what you are supposed to do and this is what you are not supposed to do and this is how you will receive marks. But now you are into the less structured learning environment. And when I say less structured learning environment means you have to take ownership of your own academics. You cannot just rely on teachers' instruction and just keep doing everything mundanely, right? So you have to understand that for this, there is a lot of accountability, lot of responsibility we expect from you also. So now if we speak about AnantU, what is AnantU, right? So now here is another question, a very small question. I want you to answer wherever we are sitting in an MP hall. We call it multi-purpose hall, right? So it has a lot of activities. And there is a nice graffiti on it. How many of you have been able to register that? किसी ने देखा है? There is a nice graffiti on this hall made by the students only. You saw it? Very good, impressed. No one else? What is written there? Yes. So if you can just... So this is what we believe in, AnantU campus is an organic ecosystem where culture is respected and rediscovered. A space where one feels a sense of belonging and responsibility, where values of empathy are nurtured by supporting fellow community members. In addition to the physical campus, AnantU is also a network of inspiring teachers, professionals from across the world. So we are all, together in this. It is a very thriving, vibrant, creative community which includes the faculty members, the students, the alumni, and the experts who are connected with us. So it is a very vibrant campus. And what we expect from the students of AnantU. So these are the 4 qualities. If you just understand these 4 qualities carefully, you will be able to, really do very well in your 4 years of span. One is awareness. The student has to be aware of themselves, compassion. Compassion is the first step of what? Design thinking. You have to have empathy in order to understand others' problem. You have to have courage. You have to be courageous enough to, stand up, to identify, to break the stereotypes. And also you have to be perseverance. If you have these 4 qualities, I can guarantee that you will be able to succeed in this 4 years of time. Yeah. So Anand National University believes that designers have the ability to work across sectors. When I say work across the sector, means you will have or you will be provided a lot of chances to, work with your fellow members who are from different disciplines, You will get chances to work with architects, you will get chances to work with product designers, you will get chances to work with, let's say, artisan, craftsmen. So this is what our philosophy is. We do not just state this, but we also implement it. So right now, if you see in the campus, there is collaborative studios happening. So collaborative studio means each disciplines are joining hands together and students are taking different courses, A student from fashion and textile department is taking course with product design. And they are doing and solving real life problems. Our vision is to become an leading universities in coming time, and we are committed to changing the discourse in design education by making it multidisciplinary, industry relevant, with a focus on sustainability and design thinking. Now something about the academics. So as a part of your first year of undergraduate program at Anand, all students are going to be taken through a common set of courses. You cannot choose, or you cannot just say that, I am into fashion design, why I am offered this course, because we believe that, for making a robust foundation in the era of multidisciplinarity, you have to have certain skill set and you have to have certain common courses, right? So you all will be taken through a common set of courses. Courses will depend, like there would be courses from the skill side, there would be courses from the design side, and there would be courses which will open up your horizons, that will empower you not the world we live in. This, I think you are all aware that our curriculum is based on these three pillars, which is heart, head, and hand. Heart always will be first. If you go to other places, it would be head, heart, and hand. But here we believe that, in order to understand the problem, we have to connect with the problem, or with the people who are facing the problem, with our heart, head, and hand. So you have to then think of, from your head, you will be offered courses on theories, which will actually help you to discover certain theories related to the problem, and then you will have to make it through your hand. Our teaching and learning pedagogy is very experiential. So whatever you do, you are supposed to work in the maker space, you are supposed to go and access the library, you are supposed to go in the field and learn. So our teaching pedagogy is very much experiential, and it will provide you a multiple opportunity to work with hands-on projects. Okay. So now, to facilitate everything, the overall vision, mission, everything I have stated to you, I would like to now explain to you about what we are doing and what is our duty as a Office of Academic Affairs, right? So we are responsible for the smooth functioning of academics. We are responsible to introduce new curricular initiatives, design and review policies. We also develop strategies to ensure efficiency in the administration process across department. And for at least this 1 year, we should be your single point of contact. And we are placed on the first floor in the faculty room, and then all the TAs are there. They will be able to guide you whenever you want to come. You can come and meet us there. So this is our scope of work, grading, attendance, teaching, student feedback. There is a lot of things, and I don't want you to give a lot of time in reading this, but you will realize that what kind of work the entire team and the AnantU University does in the background, so that the academic runs very smoothly. Yeah. So these are my team members. So you know me, but now I would like to, introduce you to my other team members. Of course, Hesha ma'am, Ms. Hesha Shah, she's an architect and your alumni, and she would like to say a few words.
Hi everyone, so I am Hesha Shah. I am a student, I was always a student of Anant National University. I've done my architecture and Anant Fellowship from here. And so I had interacted with few of you during summer festival and hostel check-in. And I want to say one thing, that don't be afraid of anything. Just be confident and enjoy the process. And thank you. You can always come down to academic affairs, and we are always there for you. Thank you.
Mr. Sanket Panchal, he's also an architect, and he's an academic associate here. Sanket.
Hello, my name is Sanket Panchal and I'm architect by profession. Currently, I'm working here as an academic associate, and I have also interacted a few of you at Statue of Unity, and you can reach out to me and my team anytime related to all the academics activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanket. Miss Yashvi Patel, she is also an architect and she has recently joined the Office of Academic Affairs.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yashvi Patel. I'm an architect and I'm associated with AnantU since really long. I am an ex-student of Anant and I did my master's from Europe. And currently I am here an associate with academic office. So please, whenever you have any doubt or queries, you can always reach us and you will discover us even for other teaching related or any queries or anything, please reach out to us. Thank you and have a great year ahead.
Thank you, Yashvi. And you should clap more for all of them, right? They are really working day and night so that you guys are having no problems. Okay. Architect Suhash Toshniwal, he is the very important member of Anant University. Why, I'll tell you. He is also the Deputy Controller of Examination at Anant University, and he is also an integral part of academic affairs team.
Thank you, ma'am. Myself, Suhas Toshnal. I have done my architecture and masters from Pune. I have done my masters in sustainable architecture. After that, last 5-6 years I'm here. Before joining Anant, I was working as a green building consultant and energy analyst. After that, I joined Anant National University. From that point, I am a faculty at architecture department, and in addition to that, also working with examination department. So whenever you have any queries regarding examination or anything regarding this, you can reach out to us. We'll have a detailed session, I think tomorrow. So that time we'll discuss more things. Best of luck.
Thank you, Suhas. Ms. Nishita Kedia, she is also an architect, very energetic member of AnantU community and also a very valuable addition to our academic affairs team.
Hi, everybody. Firstly, I'd like to welcome all of you because now you're joining the AnantU family officially. Associated with AnantU for a very long time now. I'm an architect by profession, but I've been more than an architect, I've been an academician all my life. I've also been alongside an academic, I've always been a lifelong learner. I'm really elated that, in the morning, Dr. Chaube had mentioned that we have such a diverse group of people who've joined us from 22 different states and more than 100 cities. You'll be happy to know that, I am one among you because I am not from Gujarat. I come from the northeastern part of the country. And Anant has been very, very kind to accept me very beautifully. And I've enjoyed my very long association. And I hope you're going to enjoy this association with Anant too. I'm sure a lot of things have been covered, but one thing that I would like to mention here is that as a design student, enjoy the process, ask a lot of questions, and always be ready to groove. I think that is going to make your entire learning process more worthwhile. Congratulations and welcome to Anant.
Ms. Bhumika Solanki, last but not the least, she is the one who will keep your records up to date. She will be able to provide you bona fides. She should be your first point of contact, if you have any conflict in terms of classes or any other administrative related task.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bhumi Solanki.
Thank you, Bhumi. So, this is really troubling. So for this, now we'll go to the teaching schedule of Monsoon 2023. Honestly, tell me how many of you have, taken efforts to open it and try to understand? Honest. So I'll ask questions, right? So all hands are down now. Yeah. So explain this to me. Anyone? Explain this. It's very simple. It's a very simple example of communication design, which Professor Pandey just mentioned in the morning. It is explaining your schedule, the timeline, right? So from 17 July to 21st July, you will have a very exciting module called. Very good. So unlearning में क्या होगा? Very interesting. Yes. Exactly. So it will actually open up you, give you an exposure to, adopt a new method of learning. Because until now you have been very, you have been taught with a very rigid concept and mindset, right? So now it will open up and it will also, I think, how many of you were there in the summer festival which we had offered? So they have, all of them are sitting together. I'm not going to allow this anymore. So, so they were exposed to certain activities, certain beautiful way of, certain beautiful way of exploring things or exploring design in a different way. So similar activities will happen. After that, you will have a course called visualization and representation. Yeah? What is this course about? Have you read the booklet which was given to you? Okay. So in the course visualization and representation, I think for a designer, we can think endless possibilities, think about endless possibilities. But when it comes to actually convey your design ideas to anyone, your client or your teacher or anyone, what is the best, what is the only medium possible to communicate? Hmm? What skill you require to communicate your design ideas? Drawing, sketching, right? You have to present your ideas with lot of drawings, sketches, ideation, process, because no matter how much you speak about it or how much you communicate. So this is a course which will give you an exposure to various kind of mediums, various, so we will offer you bamboo kitta, colors, uh, crayons and color pencil and pencils and charcoals and various mediums, so you will be able to identify your passion, your choice of material, and then you will be able to work efficiently with it. So, for foundation year, we always try that, at least you discover one or two medium of your choice, which then you can take it forward, right? Then there is a course, of course, elements of design. We all are in design now, right? So we need to understand what are the fundamentals of design and what are the elements. So this course will be regarding that. Then technical drawing. Technical drawing is, presenting the ideas in a very technical way. It is the most rigorous course. This course will not let you sleep. You will have lot of sleepless nights. So these are all disclaimers, right? So you should not be afraid, but you should be prepared for it, So when this technical representation of drawing course will be introduced to you, you all will have these problems or these situations, right? Let's put it in a better way. So you will have to work on your drafting table, you will have to work with the drafting stools, and you will have to make lot of sheets, and lot of redos will happen in this course, right? You can even ask your seniors. Then at Anant, we believe a lot in research. So there will be a course which will prepare you with the fundamentals of research and also the fundamental of communication, oral, written communication and research. And there would be a very interesting course on word of art and design. That will That is a multidisciplinary course and basically will introduce you to the various aspects of design and art right from the prehistoric time to the current time. And then there is a field trip, which is community immersion and policy. So we have a center of public policy over here. Along in collaboration with that center, you will be introduced to this community immersion program. So you are required to go and visit craft clusters, and you will have to document the craft. Not only document, but also have to empathize with them, also to understand the problems they are facing, and also to come up with some policy guidelines or some solution for them. So it is like a first level hands-on experience where you are actually dwelling into the design areas, right? Now I'll talk about the typology, studio, theory, and seminar. How many of you are aware of studio typology? I'll not ask, I mean just raise your hands if you are aware. What is a studio with respect to design? Nobody is aware? Okay, I can see a couple of hands. Okay. So see, studio is the most important part of design education, right? In which you are on identifying the solutions along with your faculty members, and it is multi-layered. So you will be also required to learn a lot of theoretical component, but then there would lot of application will happen. You know, so if you just take a look around in the campus, you will identify that a lot of products, a lot of ideations, a lot of work has been done by your previous or your seniors. So all those work and everything is actually happening in the studio courses. Theory we are all aware, and this is the typology we have majorly employed when you were in your schools. And then there would be seminar, right? I'm going to share this presentation with you, so no need for me to repeat everything. Here the lecture and theory also happen in a very informal way, you know. Sometimes the faculty will take you around, they will make you sit in the cafeteria, they will make you sit in the learning common or some open bamboo studios, and then you can just sit there and interact with them. And seminar is something like this, where a group of faculty or one or two faculty will be addressing, and you all will be attending those seminars, you know. Okay, so the courses, I think we have just discussed about it, so I don't want to again repeat about the courses. But if you want to read in detail, you all have this booklet, you can read for yourself. This is the slide I would like to explain. So research and communication is a theory course. It will have 3 credits and it will run for 3 hours per week, right? So you are given a timetable where in a week there would be 3 hours dedicated for this particular course. And then community and immersion, that will have 3 credits, right? And you will be taken out in the field, so it will come as a block module. Word of art and design would be a theory course, and it will be like in the timetable, the schedule will be mentioned. Then you have all these 3 studio courses, which are visualization and representation, technical drawing, and elements of design. Here are some samples of, you know, your seniors or the previous foundation batches. I have just compiled some of the work, but you will be required to do much more than this for various courses. Why I am showing you all this? Because if they could do it, you are definitely going to do a better job than them, right? So this is about the policy and community immersion course, where if you can see, students are working with the artisan, they are visiting their craft cluster, their village. They are also talking to them, documenting certain things. They are also visiting them. And you know, it is a different kind of experience when you visit the craft cluster, whereas people from there coming here and delivering a lecture or a talk like this, because this is like totally empathizing with them, also identifying problems which are other than the craft. You know, some of them will be facing problem with respect to water, some of them will be facing problems with respect to electricity, or the craft is getting extinct, and so on, you know. So those problems you'll be able to identify and work upon it. These are some sample work of all the courses which I just mentioned. It's also a very beautiful course. You will learn this in the second semester, which is material, properties and processes. So you will not only learn about the theory aspect of that course, along with it you will be required to make a lot of products using those same materials. Now this is the most important part of the at least my entire presentation, because it will talk about the rules and regulations of the university. And those who are not completely paying attention, or those who are after lunch are feeling a little sleepy, I want them to just wake up. Let's just clap. Okay. So this is about the attendance, right? Wherever you studied, there was an attendance policy in place, right? So, see, attendance is very much important, because we believe in continuous evaluation. Continuous evaluation, that means that you will be evaluated continuously. In a module, which is suppose visualization and representation course, which will run for, let's say, for 1 month. And if you are not present there for so many days, then you will not be allowed to give the jury, or you will not be allowed to clear that backlog or that credit. You know, 80% of the classes has to be compulsorily attended. Otherwise, you do not fulfill the criteria of presenting your work in the jury, right? 20% of the grace could be given out of, suppose there are 8 classes, out of, suppose there are 10 classes, and you have missed 2 classes, it is allowed. But more than 2 classes, if you are missing, then your attendance is below the required standard, and then you will be required to, you will not be allowed to present your work in the jury, and as a result, you will receive an F grade, which is fail for that particular course. So you have to very carefully see this, you know. I also want to request all the parents out here, if you are planning, you know, any important important events like, you know, wedding or whatever, they have to really be mindful that beyond 20%, we will not be able to allow the leeway, so that there would be chances that your ward may fail that course, you know. And this additional 5% grace we can give in terms of only medical emergency or illness, which is serious. Or a student is representing in the university for event or any kind of competition on external platform, with faculty's permission, they would be allowed that leeway. But on and all, 80% attendance is something which we must target for. This is our normal grading structure, where if you want to receive A+, then you have to fall into the category of 91 to 100 numeric grade, and then so on, right? If you receive less than 50, then it is unfortunate, and you will have to repeat the entire course. So we give SGPA and CGPA. This we will discuss in detail when we will be having our examination session. This is also important for the eligibility criteria to appear in the end semester examination and jury. It will be specified by the respective program and the faculty members offering a specific course, you know. So your faculty will describe or prescribe the criteria of appearing in the jury. The faculty can also decide some additional eligibility criteria. your combination of minimum attendance and satisfactory completion of specified components of continuous evaluation over the duration of the course could be laid out as an eligibility criteria to appear in the end semester examination. Maximum backlog of 8 credit will only be allowed in order to get promoted to the next year. That means you have a 20 credit course. I mean, for the first semester, you are supposed to take 20 credits. Out of those 20 credit, you can only fail courses worth 8 credits, not more than that. Otherwise, there are high chances that you will not be promoted to your second year. So this is also very serious, you know. With all this exciting activities happening at Anant, we are also very serious about your academics. And for that, I want everybody to pay attention. Do not miss classes. Always follow the deadlines. Always be on time in your classes so that you do not fail any of these courses. Right? Academic integrity. Anant University has zero tolerance for plagiarism. Plagiarism, do you have any idea what is a plagiarism? What is it? Yeah. You copy someone else's work, you copy someone else's text, or you put someone else's work claiming that this is your work, you know. So for example, this is my work, this is my presentation. If you just change the name, nowadays it is very easily doable. You know, you download anything from the internet, you change the name and then you submit it as your submission. And if it gets caught, then you will outright fail the course. So we are very, very careful about the plagiarism, you know. Also, self-plagiarism is a term, you know. So even though this is my presentation, I have done it for Anant University, somewhere else I present the same thing and try to get it patented or copyrighted. That is also self-plagiarism. So one studio's work cannot be produced or cannot be repeated and submitted to others for other studios' work, and it would be defined as a self-plagiarism. So you also have to understand these things right from the beginning so that the things are very clear for you guys. This is about academic ownership, you know. So reach out to your professors through email. We are very professional at Anant National University. If you want to take appointments, don't hesitate to write an email. If you have any concerns, issues, put it over email, reach out to the faculty, take their time, and, you know, be there in advance when you have something to discuss. Develop your study routine and find your best study environment. You know, I don't have to mention or stretch it more. Ask your professors for constant feedback on your grades and assignments. You know, it is your duty to reach out to them. If they are engaged into something else or discussing with other students, it is your job to even reach out to them and ask for the feedback constantly. Right? Understand, admit, and work on your weak spots. Be regular in submitting all your assignments on time, right? Submission on time is highly, highly valuable and important in order to actually survive into Anant National University, because you have seen the kind of diverse community or diverse experts we have from all the disciplines, right? We are all professionals, we all work in the field. So we expect some professionalism from you guys also, right? Extension. Extension is something where you miss the deadline. It is highly discouraged. If you have some, you know, genuine reason, then only reach out to the faculty, write over email that I am not able to complete this on this given stipulated time, but you will be able to, and mention the date. You will be able to do it by this date. And it is faculty's call whether to entertain this request or not. Got it? We also have an ERP portal. We will have your meeting with the IT team and we will solve all your queries regarding this. Plagiarism, I think we have already discussed about it. Here, these are all the penalties just mentioned, that level 1, level 2, level 3. What would be the penalty about plagiarism? Project material sourcing, it will be the student's responsibility to procure all the materials for projects related to coursework and individual study. The student will be given a list of materials and tools required for a course at least 1 week in advance by the course instructor, right? So keep checking your emails. Whenever you are supposed to take up another course, you will receive an email mentioning, the way you are also receiving right now. Academic affairs is now bombarding you with emails that here, this is the unlearning module, this is what you are supposed to do, this is the faculty. So similar emails will keep reaching out to, we will reach out to you with these emails, and you will have to procure these materials in advance. Majority of the time, what we do, we make these materials available in our campus stationery. So you do not have to go out. But at least be prepared that you have everything in your hand before you start the new module. We have academic resources like Learning Commons. A session will be held where we will describe all the timings and everything. You will have a computer lab. You will have another session with the IT. You have a makerspace. I think all of you have seen the makerspace, right? Okay. Now, certain things about your code of conduct and your classroom etiquettes, right? Online classes, I think you are all aware that now we are moving away to the proper physical on-campus classes, but there would be certain electives and some theory courses offered which will be online. So you have to understand. And these are about your some guidelines with respect to how are you supposed to carry yourself in the university. Effective communication is, of course, important. Mutual respect is also important. We are all together. It is a very inclusive campus. So everything we will keep on reminding again and again to you so that you build yourself in a very professional manner. You have to be mindful of the space you are in and of the people you are with, right? So as Nishita ma'am also explained, there are students from 100 cities. That means there are like lot of people, there would be various languages spoken in this campus. There would be various kind of festival celebrated in this campus. There would be a lot of there would be a lot of unity amongst people. There would be a lot of conflicts, but you have to be mindful about your diversity and try to get the maximum out of each other. This is a wonderful experience which is just required for a design aspirant because you are exposed to the entire national or international culture. You have to request and provide support. No tolerance for harassment in this campus. So this also includes offensive verbal comments related to gender, age, sexual orientation, disability, physical appearance, body size, race, religion, deliberate intimidation, stalking, following, harassing photography or recording, sustained disruption of talks or other event, Nothing is tolerated. We have a very vigilant system which will actually safeguard this campus, and we have zero tolerance for ragging or any kind of harassment. This is a very important part of this entire presentation. I know you guys are tired after this long session of, filled with information. Giving and receiving feedback. This is like, I really want you to tell you that this design course is based on a lot of critical feedbacks in order to push you in your boundaries, in order to make you achieve more and more, one has to be very critical in your feedback, you know. Until now, like in your schools, you were appreciated of whatever artwork you did or whatever small craft you presented. But this is not a craft or a painting course anymore. This is a proper design education. So all these designers who are expert will criticize your work, they will criticize your rigor, they will also try to, you know, push you. So you have to understand that this is not about me, but it is about the work which I am doing. You know, you have to be a little resilient, you have to have that thing, that proper clarity and understanding in your mind that this, any sort of criticism is not targeting you, but it is about your work, and try to work on your weak spots, you know. Listen to the feedback. It is not about you. It is about the work. You have to attend the office hours if you feel that my work is not up to the mark. And also we collect feedback from you guys, right? So our office will share feedback forms with you, and you have to be very, very objective, specific, realistic, and honest when you are writing about your feedback or your views on the faculty who just taught you. It will help us to improve our academic processes, right? So this is about it. Any questions? No questions? Can somebody? Any question? Because see, it is not all the time we get to meet. Any parent also have any question? I am ready to solve. Yes? Credit system? Okay. I will take you there. Yeah. So you can see this table, right? So research and communication course, it is a theory course. So at the end of each semester, you are supposed to earn 20 credits. And you will be also offered 20 credits in your course, you know. So 1 credit for a theory course will be equal to 1 hour of teaching in a week schedule. समझ में आया? So if it is a theory course, it is 1:1. So 1 credit will be taught for 1 hour. So similarly, it's a 3 credit course, is going to be taught for 3 hours. Now if you look at the studio course, which is visualization and representation, so the credits are 4. But it is a studio course, it requires a lot of hands-on explorations. So it will be taught for 6 hours a week. You got it? And your entire schedule is in a block. So once you will have visualization, representation running every day for certain period, which I had shown in the timeline, and then you will be introduced to another course. So all the skills, first we target that all the skills are acquired by you, and then we slowly take you to the second semester where there would be application of those skills, right? Thank you. And out of this, you will also be given various electives, you know. So electives are also, these are 18 credits, so 18 core credit and plus 2 credits of electives will be offered. Any other question?
Could you tell us the electives and or when will we get to know?
Electives, Hesha ma'am will answer your question. So electives will be offered to you, one, towards the end of this semester, there is a week where it's mentioned in your timetable, and then every Wednesday we will run an elective for them, or every Saturday. And the list of those courses in elective, your choices, will be also offered to you through your ERP Academia portal, and you will have to register yourself into it. Yes, ma'am, at the back.
What about major subjects and minor subjects? And also, I would like to know about the schedule or timetable of the classes.
Okay. So major and minors will be introduced from the second year onwards. Foundation is common for all the students. At the end of the foundation year, we will share the preference form with all the students. They will fill up their preferences in terms of major and in terms of minors. And from second year onwards, they will be opting for their major and minor courses. Right? And the schedule is like, you will have your classes right from 9 a.m. till 4:30 p.m. And then they might be required to even stay back a little bit more in order to complete their assignments and all. Saturday, Sunday, we have 5 days week, but then there would be certain electives which will run on the Saturdays. Evaluation process, sir, is jury and their submission.
No, you told about the credits for each subject. You told us.
Yeah.
Does it mean that when you attend this classes itself, credit will come?
So there would be evaluation. So there would be two major evaluation. One would be their pre-final submission and one would be their final submission and jury. So we have a different system of evaluation, like all across in design school, this is which is prevailing. So they will be required to put up their work, their ideas, and there would be a panel of experts. They will be evaluating, they'll be asking questions, and then they will have to defend or tell their work, and then there would be grading. And also there would be smaller assignments at regular intervals. So that is why I told them that they have to continuously be present in the class so that they do not miss any of the submission or assignments, because that would be graded. Yeah? So credit is a different thing and grade point, that GPA is a different thing. Credit is, if you pass, you earn that credit, but then your grade point and semester grade point average will increase if you score more. Okay. Here this is mentioned, no? So if they get this from 91 to 100, they'll get A plus and the grade points will be 10. So this is what I was referring to. Any other question? The booklet which is given to you, in this there is a scan code, right? You can scan it and then this policy will open for you guys. So you can also spend some time to understand this. And if you still have doubts, you can reach out to me. We can have a meeting and I can solve your doubts. Okay, I guess no more questions. Best of luck. Thank you so much for being so patient.
Thank you, ma'am, and our whole academics team for helping our students understand. Now, I would like to thank each one of you for staying patient and being a wonderful audience. I request the students to kindly proceed to the Learning Commons for their documentation verification as per the slots that has been already shared with you previously. So the students who have a slot today, they are supposed to meet in the Learning Commons. We will be continuing with further sessions tomorrow as informed in your respective schedules. Thank you so much.